Well. How are we doing, all of you beautiful people out there? How's it going tonight here at the K.O.E. Nation? It is my pleasure to be with you this evening. This is one that's been a long time. Hey, you are getting it. All right, nice. You got two fills for the price of one there. So, folks, we're going to be doing something a little different. I've been promising you a deep dive omnibus into Ruby Ridge, Waco, and the Oklahoma City bombing. I've been promising this for some time, and I'm going to be doing a twofer here. I'm also going to be around the farmyard while this is going on. So this, folks, is for all of you. Grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a drink. This one's going to be a deep dive omnibus into one of the interesting, more defining events of the 90s, I would say. These were kind of the beginnings, if you will. So, folks, without further ado, strap in and get ready. This is the Deep Dive Omnibus. We're going to start with Ruby Ridge.
All right, doing record for a minute or two here and see if it just smooths itself out.
Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you.
I'd like to introduce you guys real quick to our special guest. Just having come into the room. Everybody, please welcome Tom Thumley.
On this episode of Omegle.
I'm here, and your white privileges are going to save you tonight, okay, guys?
That's right. It's time for the Dog and Chicken Show.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is episode 88 of the Dog and Chicken Show. Off to my side here is the one, the only Tony fucking G. How you doing, fella?
I'm doing good. I'm doing very well. It's been a while since we've entered the pre-recorded world and see if we remember how to do it, but I think we can manage. I think we can manage because down below we have K.O.E. Nation holding us up.
Oh, yes, folks. Welcome one and all to Big Buckin' Empire, episode 88. We dive deep. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., joined by a couple of indomitable broadcast partners. And Tony, telling him that this is recorded, you're exposing the business, Tony. My goodness, my word.
They knew that. They all knew that. Because everybody watching this watched last week's live show, obviously. So we told them.
If our time on the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast has taught us anything, is you always pretend you're live.
Yeah.
Well, we're not live?
No,
yes.
we're not.
Fucking might as well end the show. That's it. See you next
Dang
week,
it.
folks.
All right, thanks, folks.
Bye. But no, folks, thank you for joining us, and give us a like, a share, subscribe right here to Big Buckin' Empire. You know it's the right thing to do. Also, check us out at Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. Well, all you beautiful people, come on in, because we have quite the discussion and quite the topic for you this evening. But before we get into that, I'm Phil K.O.E. of K.O.E. Nation on YouTube and Twitch. Be sure to check that out. So, Chicken, Tony, what is the topic du jour this evening?
Well, first, as always, what will we drinking tonight? I'm starting off with my normal Crown and Coke, and I may let the two of you decide what bottle I open, as I have so many unopened ones over here to the side.
Okay.
Nice.
I'm just sipping on a little bit of Balvenie 15 years sherry cask, and figured that'd be my start out.
I almost bought a bottle of that.
Oh, try mine first. See if you like it. It's very, very heavy on the sherry. It's all sherry cask.
Oh, I'll like it.
You're gonna be used to the sherry finish, but this is all sherry casking, so it's very heavy on the sherry. But then I'm gonna switch over and just do some very cheap simple Glen Moray sherry cask finish. So that's what I got going.
Nice, nice.
You
Phil,
know,
what you got?
Since we're on the subject of sherry, I'm having Lestuyo Pedro Jimenez, excellent sherry.
Oh.
This is sherry out of Spain, and very sweet, just excellent, approachable. Yeah,
That's what you had me try the other night, right?
Yeah, I had Tony come over
Oh
and
my
try it the
God.
other night, and it's
It's
amazing.
amazing.
So,
That might be some of the best wine. That's probably the best wine I've ever had. That
yes,
was incredible.
Bodega de Pedro Jimenez, definitely good stuff. I'm trying to get my hands on some Methuselah sherry. That's some very special 30-year-old sherry, but kind of hard to get out here. But I'm not underserved with my Lestuyo.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And drinking words tonight, as we are talking Ruby Ridge. If you're unfamiliar, we will get you up to speed on this crazy fucking story. But drinking words that go along with it. And this is going to be a fun one, folks. Well, we're going to try to make it fun. Mullet, conspiracy, sniper. Yep, there's skinheads in this story. And of course, if Tony's kids happen to interrupt the show, which always seems to happen, get your drinks up.
Funny how that works.
It is funny how that works.
Before we start talking about it, we do need to mention that obviously this is pre-recorded. Next week we will be live once again, and we will be doing this alternating weeks. We'll be doing a pre-record, a live, pre-record, live, so on and so forth. But specifically next week, Thursday, May 20th, you do not want to miss next week's live show, because we are doing our second annual Andre the Giant beer drinking challenge. You got to join us for this one, folks. You got to interact with us on this one. We need your comments. We need your pictures of you slamming a beer. We need your videos, especially, because that just makes it that much more fun, that much more interactive. You got to get with us on this one. We're going to whore the hell out of this. We're going to pound this one into your head all over social media.
Last year was fun.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun this last year.
We got a little loosened up.
Yeah.
I will say, we actually achieved the rumored Andre the Giant 156 beers in one night. It took about 30 of us, and we even did the math, and if it would have been 3-2 beer, it strangely enough would have actually been scientifically possible for Andre's metabolism to actually process all that. So, folks, we're going to try and match that this year. Wish us luck. And yes, all you beautiful people, be sure to join us. We need your help. Let us know in the comments that you slammed a beard. We will add it to the tally. This is going to be a group effort of all of Big Bucket Empire coming together.
Yeah. So like they said, drop a comment. I might even have a call-in line if you want to call in and talk some shit to us. That'd be fun. That's something we wanted to do. Usually I just prank call people and we do that on the post shows, but hey, we can try it on a live show and sneak people in that way. We've done it with Mika once.
Yeah, that went so well.
Yeah, I know.
Cross our fingers and hope.
Love you, Mika. That was a good time. All right. Let's get into tonight's topic. So Ruby Ridge, Phil, you said it's been a while. Tony, you remember some of it. You read through some of it today. Like, let's start with Phil. Like, what's the big pieces of this story that you remember?
Well, the biggest takeaway from this particular incident is Ruby Ridge is, as far as I would say, is kind of patient zero for all of the modern American conspiracy theory. Like, I might be wrong on it, but I think it might actually be the case where this was the genesis of all of our modern conspiracy theory talk. And so to me, it's always a fascinating thing to come back to. And it was one of those things that, like, I hate the fact that some people lost their lives in it. And that was what really kind of got the ball rolling. And then after that, a lot more things happened in the 90s that you just flick the first little domino and they all start going down. And that's now where we are. And so, yeah, in terms of Ruby Ridge, I'll just say it again. It's patient zero for our modern American conspiratorial discourse.
It's interesting. Yeah. I was showing Tony some pictures that we're going to show here as we tell the story. I was showing him a couple pictures. I was like, holy shit, isn't that kind of reminiscent of some shit we've seen in the last few years?
Yeah, the parallels are there. It's like Phil said, this is kind of the jumping off point for a lot of the distrust in the government and people not trusting what they're being told.
Phil said
from any point.
Phil said the C word like 3 times, I think, too. So
He did, yeah. We do need to.
Gosh, I'm so sorry. Well, folks, everybody enjoy your drinks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This was kind of one of those domino effect situations where the public outcry to this was so staggering in terms of what was going on, and it was just like so many more things started happening after that were directly correlated to it. And maybe it just opened people's eyes, but that's when the C words started getting to be a lot more accepted in, social current events. So I think that was really the biggest impact of it. But yeah, you were right when you said this is the jumping off. I kind of forgot a lot of the main focal points of this siege, if you will. And it was kind of sobering to relive the story again for the first time in a really, really long time. And just, yeah, the parallels are there, and it's just very disappointing to see how manipulative agencies can be when they want something, because this exposed that, and that's where a lot of that distrust came from.
Oh yes, for sure. And actually this whole thing started with George Bush Sr. We've all seen the speech where he said there will be a new world order. And I think that was the spark that lit the flames from there on, that caused a lot of this and much of what we're seeing today. But yeah. The big C word, not the 4-letter C word that you're used to hearing here, the big C word that's scrolling across the bottom of your screen. Yes.
Yes. So, yeah, George Bush Sr., not gonna do it. Read my lips, no new taxes. We're going back a little ways, folks. We're going back quite a bit of ways here. We're going all the way back to the 90s.
Oh, this will be actually started in the late 80s.
Yeah.
That's when, yeah.
Now, I remember from a documentary I watched about this, it was funny that the police that were investigating it, there was this one person who was saying, they were really kind of paranoid folks out in the woods who thought people were watching them. And then the documentary filmmaker then goes, but then it turned out people were watching them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, people were watching them, but
that's the worst part.
They were paranoid.
Just solidified. Yeah,
we'll get to that.
Paranoia in the worst possible way. Like, it's like taking somebody, like, okay, clearly you're out of your mind and you're wrong and you're just being paranoid, and then you just validate them. It's just
why not?
It's the pot and the kettle. It's unbelievable. It's seeing worry and just fulfilling it to its fullest. It's insane to think about.
I'll kick it off here, and then Tony, you got the timeline pulled up, and I'll try to follow along with
different ones. Yeah.
So I'll kick it off. So Randy Weaver's the husband. His wife is Vicky. They had 3 children at the time of moving to Idaho. It was Sarah, Rachel, and Sam. And that was like the order of the age. Sam's the youngest. When they moved there, he's like 10 or 11 or something like that. Before shit goes down, obviously a couple years goes by. But in the late 80s, they leave Iowa, and as we alluded to, they were kind of paranoid folk. They thought the end of the world was coming, new world order, all this weird stuff's going on. And at the time, farmers weren't doing well. They didn't see a future in farming in Iowa. And they did not like the school system. The school systems were telling parents they really had no choices in anything. They couldn't do private school. They couldn't do homeschool. Like they had to just deal with the public school system. So Randy wanted to get his family the hell out of there into a place that he felt was more free. So they picked it's like a 40 or 60 acre plot of land on like a mountainside in the northern tip of Idaho. Like, damn, you probably spit and you'd hit Canada as how far north that these folks moved up to. So they were committed. They were serious. If you're going to move into that environment and that wilderness, and granted, those are viable reasons, and his family, still was, supportive of him, but like, hey, I get it. I get why you're going. This is before any of the white supremacy things come out that we'll talk about as we go through. This is just your normal everyday, the world's coming to an end, and I want to be on a side of a mountain in northern Idaho. When that happens, I'm gonna go out on my own terms. That's really how everything that I've seen of their family history into moving there, what it really portrayed to me. Like, and I at that moment I sympathize with them and what we see with some folks today. But to be real, things don't get better as they'd hoped when they get there.
What?
Yeah.
Spoiler alert!
Spoiler.
Whoa. All right, it's been over 20 years. Can we give a spoiler now?
Yeah, I
I
know,
think
right?
that's
Too
safe.
soon. Too soon.
Again, there is a movie starring Randy Quaid. Again, perfect casting choice for a conspiracy nut. So yeah, this is.
the guy's name is Randy.
Drink. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the only parallel.
Mhm.
So yeah, he's a former U.S. Army engineer, and it was 1983 they moved to this cabin he built on Ruby Ridge. This is 40 miles from the Canadian border, and this says here this.
It was a little bit earlier than I thought. I thought it was like 87 or something.
So that's what
You're
I
probably
thought.
right.
It might be, and this is according to Britannica.com. So I would assume that they'd be correct.
Yeah, we'll go with
Let me
it.
check
Fuck
the
it.
other one, because the other one I had pulled up was the AP, and
Yeah, some of the timelines like
really
completely skip before everything going
Yeah,
down.
like
Which it's
this AP
important to know
timeline-
why they got there.
exactly. The AP timeline skips right to 1989. So
Associated
this see, this jumps right
they're
into
all right. They're no big bucket empire, but
right,
the
right.
AP,
no, not
they,
even close.
they got a little thing going for them.
They'll get there someday, maybe.
Yeah.
So
We'll
this
help 'em
just kind of jumps right into Weaver having troubles with the U.S. government when he started going to meetings of the Aryan Nations, the white supremacist group, at its compound in Hayden Lake, Idaho. And I think I don't like the way it paints that, because I think those problems were already there. I think his distrust of the government was already there. Obviously, he was a U.S. Army engineer. I'm thinking that they probably started there. His issues, his paranoia, his distrust of the government. I think it probably started there. I think that's probably what led him to seek out other like-minded people who didn't trust the government. I don't think it was necessarily about the white supremacy, but it doesn't really matter in hindsight at this point. But I think that's where the real distrust kind of originated, was his time in the military. He was not a member of the Aryan Nations, but he did share the anti-government views. So it does touch on that. And at one of the meetings, he befriends an informant of the Bureau of Alcohol and Tobacco and Firearms, the ATF, who purchased 2 illegal sawed-off shotguns from Weaver in October of 1989.
So
now, yeah, go ahead.
Let's back this up real quick and talk a little bit about the details of this transaction. Like Tony had said, from like 86 to 89, they do attend a meeting or two allegedly. It's sketchy on what the meetings are. Think about this. You're in northern Idaho, and within 20 miles, the only neighbors you have, it's a compound of white supremacist Aryan Nation folks. Like, they're going to be vital to your survival, and so
they moved out there to get away from society, not to join the white supremacists.
Right. That wasn't the goal.
The documentary that I watched, like Randy Weaver and the they were just having some picnics and stuff out there, and there's nobody else to hang out with, so we just been like, I don't entirely believe that.
No.
I'm more than a little skeptical.
I don't think he was balls deep in it, but he was starting to accept some of it. Possibly, I think there's a lot of gray area in there that
for sure
you can just kind of say, yeah.
But no, this actually does kind of hold with something from a Corbett report, and he talked about how there's entire chapters of the FBI or of the like Ku Klux Klan that their only dues paying members are either informants or undercover agents. So that entire organization would have collapsed by now if it wasn't for FBI infiltration. So I don't know. You're like, hey,
That's kind of funny,
at
actually.
least you're getting your tax dollars on that one. So that's,
way to go. The government is propping up white supremacists. Son of a bitch.
We knew it.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
That's not exactly how I'd put it, but like, you know, I kind of want the FBI to be balls deep in that kind of a fucking organization, know every last thing they're doing. So
Yeah.
let's be frank. I mean,
anyway, anyway,
at least have them do that.
So anyway,
Makes
these two sawed-off shotguns. I'm trying to remember. The guy wanted something like super legally, like he wanted like a fully automatic machine guns. And Randy's like, I can't fucking do that. And so he's like, well, how about you get me some sawed-off shotguns? And so the measurements on there, if I'm not mistaken, were like a 1/4 inch too short of the legal limit at the time.
Yeah, it was close.
It's the gun law thing. Like, we're not going to get over a gun law debate right now, but
no.
rabble 1/4 inch. So yeah, that was Jesus. It's just, but this is what you do. You try to set somebody up, you get them to do something illegal, so you can arrest them, and then Tony, go ahead. What they do from there?
Well, that was kind of what I was thinking. Like it felt like a complete setup from the get-go. Like, this guy is the informant to the ATF. So I feel like the whole transaction was nothing more than just trying to get another informant on Team Informant in the form of Randy Weaver.
Exactly
what it was. Trying to turn him into a CI.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. They're just trying to increase the ranks.
That means confidential informant. A CI is actually it's a whole thing in law enforcement investigation. And Randy would have been like, I'm sorry, if you were an agent for the FBI investigating this group, Randy Weaver would have been the perfect guy to get as a CI. He's close, but not too close. And so that's why he was selected.
They played it wrong, though. They played it absolutely wrong, because
they misjudged him. Yes,
they did, and it did nothing more than to keep sparking that distrust.
He literally told him to go get fucked, and
he didn't want to do it,
and then
they
outed.
just kept pushing.
Yeah, he outed their informant that did the sawed-off shotgun thing with him. So now they're out an informant. They really need him, and so they threaten to press charges on him.
So keep that in mind right out of the gate. So he befriends this informant. And his first interaction with this informant, really, the big one, is an illegal setup to acquire firearms through him so he can be manipulated into becoming an informant. So right out of the gate, the ATF is manipulating Randy Weaver. And that really, it just snowballs so badly from there. It just does nothing but to validate all of those worries, concerns that he had from the get-go, for the whole reason he moved out to Idaho. So when he refused to become an informant for the ATF, federal agents purchased a weapons charge against him. He was arrested and released with a trial set for February 19th, 1991. The trial was then moved to February 20th, but a probation officer sent a letter to Weaver incorrectly stating that the new trial date was March 20th. When Weaver failed to appear for trial, the court issued a bench warrant for his arrest. Weaver was subsequently indicted by a federal grand jury for failing to appear at trial, and the U.S. Marshal Service was tasked with arresting him. So, okay, before we go into that, there's a lot going on here. Right out of the gate, this was set for February 19th. They moved it to the 20th of February. I believe the reasoning behind that was to give people extra time to travel over a holiday weekend, and I believe the holiday is President's Day. So real vital that they moved that an entire fucking day. So right out of the gate, this is just totally screwed up. He gets the wrong date for a trial that he should have never really had to deal with in the first place. So then the paperwork he gets sets it a month in advance. So when he doesn't show up, and people are skeptical whether he was going to show up regardless, but that does not matter. This is an injustice on a paper trail level, because if you're indicted and they say, "Hey, show up March 20th." You don't show up because, oh, guess what? It was actually February. This is a failure on so many bureaucratic levels. You have to assume that so many of these failures had to be intentional. There had to be a lot of intentional failures.
What? I was about to
know.
say,
Are you
Can you
calling
believe it?
this a conspiracy?
Drink.
Drink. Damn it.
It's so you know this guy is living out in Idaho with like no running water other than a river floating by his house, no phone, no electricity. So you know he can't answer the phone. You know it's probably what, a fucking hike out to the post office to get his damn mail. Now, I
Right.
do believe he actually contacted the court-appointed attorney first. So he had access to a phone, but he probably had to go a distance
He
to
probably had
find
to go
somebody
to
with the phone.
he probably had to go to a white supremacist house.
Right, exactly. So
Yeah.
he didn't have a phone sitting there in his house. So it wasn't like he could just ring up the lawyer and go, "Hey, so what's going on now?" But they knew that. So they knew he wasn't privy to all the new information. So if you can change the date around, if you can give him bad information from the get-go, he's at your mercy again. So this is strike number 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 all wrapped into one here. The guy never stood a chance. So of course they're going to be able to start issuing bench warrants and moving him up the list of suspicious people. So this goes on, and when he failed to appear at trial, the U.S. Marshal Service was tasked with arresting him. Marshals assessed that Weaver and his family were likely to resist violently if confronted directly. So plans for a stealth operation were drawn up, and then this starts getting into the actual siege itself.
They actually did arrest him and his wife. They posed as people with a flat tire. And so Randy and his wife stopped to help him out. You're out in the middle of the wilderness in northern Idaho. It's a terrible place to be by yourself. They see a motorist stranded on the side of the road. They go to pull over and help him out. And yeah, it was a setup. And then they arrest him. They have to post bail. And that's why all this started, because the only way he could post bail, he had to put up his house and his property for bail. So he thought, okay, the government tried to fuck me over with the shotgun thing. They gave me the wrong goddamn court date. And then they arrest me and my wife and like set us up as we're trying to be good citizens and help a stranded person on the road. He's thinking he has done nothing wrong up to this point. And now he had to put up his only possession, which is his property in his house, for collateral so he could get out of jail and go back to his home. So this dude has no options now. He's like, and I almost said it. His mind is going, what else do I do? Do I just give in or do I fight back? How do I do this? And so like Tony was saying, this is where it all starts.
So that's what's interesting though, because the actual arrest, that original arrest was let me see. They were arrested and released like right away within a few days, I believe, because he didn't really have a record to begin with. And that was, the trial was set for February 19th. Then they moved to the February 20th. It wasn't until August 21st of 1992. So we're talking almost a year and a half.
Yeah, it was an 18-month sit-in.
Yeah, like this sits idle. Now, was there a regime change or something amongst the marshal's office or the FBI or the ATF?
From what I understand is the FBI and ATF, like this slowly got more and more news. So you know how the news cycle works today, like something that's kind of insignificant, not a big deal. There's other things going on in the world. There's a lot of criticisms of the ATF and FBI. And then they start bringing up, well, what about this guy in Idaho? What about this white supremacist group in Idaho that they're investigating? This one guy, they can't even go in and get this one guy and his family out of his home. Like the media was almost taunting the FBI and ATF and government agencies.
Yeah.
Shocker. And they looked really bad in this whole scenario of you can't even get this dude out of a cabin in the middle of nowhere in Idaho. What's wrong with you guys?
It's like they chose him because they thought that, okay, it's one guy, his family, they're out there. We could pretend like they're going to get violent. We'll go in, we'll get them. We'll look like fucking badasses who are awesome at our job. It was a patsy. I mean, he's been a patsy through this entire timeline, basically. So
Not
they
saying he's a
set
good
this-
guy, but he is a bad.
No. He's guilty by association. He got manipulated into selling firearms. He's obviously not
Got
going to be
manipulated by white supremacists, probably
Yeah,
too. And,
absolutely. He gets used pretty much throughout this entire thing, but a lot of it, yeah, he did put himself in the situation. If you go to these white supremacist meetings, sorry, I mean, I can't feel too sorry for you if you get mixed up in some bad shit. You know what's
Yep.
going on there.
You can only have so much sympathy.
Yeah.
It's like, who would have thunk me like putting a firecracker in my hand and lighting it
Mhm.
might have some bad effects? Like, yeah,
Mhm.
it's what?
It's just stunning to look at it and go, okay, who's really the bad guy here? The actual bad guys or the people who were manipulating people who wouldn't have been doing bad shit until they were caught up in a whirlwind of bad shit. So that's what, okay. So they picked him to be a patsy. They thought this was going to be an easy in and out deal. So they start scoping the place out, and that's what they started drawing up the plans for the stealth operation. They go in, and you could say they were casing the joint, but really, like I think they were stoking the flames at this point. This was on August 21st in 1992. So they go in, and supposedly they're just doing a recon mission, right? You know, looking the place over, trying to figure out what's going to be the best plan of action. Get in, get out, take them all without any violence. You know, without the little amount of force as possible. So apparently these guys chucked a rock supposedly at the house, I believe, to stir up the dogs and see what the dogs were going to do. That's one account. So the dog comes out. It's like a golden lab, not a vicious animal by any means. So it comes out and starts running up on these guys. One of them shoots and kills the dog. Because I mean, sure, it's a tense situation. You see a dog running at you. You've got you're armed with an M16. You want to protect yourself. They shoot the dog. You know, I'm not going to sit here and justify that. I think it's a dick move. I think it's bullshit. They probably stirred it up to begin with. Whatever. He defends himself from the dog that he can allegedly say attacked him. Problem
on somebody
is,
else's property.
On somebody else's property, exactly. Problem is, and they have, according to the Weaver side and Harris's side of this, they haven't not even said out loud that they are U.S. Marshals. They haven't said who they are, why they're there. Nothing has happened yet. Dog sees him, runs up, dead dog, boom. Problem is, now you've got the 14-year-old at this time, his son, Sammy Weaver, sees this. He's like, "You son of a bitch!"
So this is
dog.
separate from the house. So I showed the house a minute ago. So
Yes.
what had happened is they had heard the dog barking, and they thought maybe this is the site of the Weavers. They had thought that maybe he had found an animal or a deer. You know, they're holed up in a house for 18 months. They're like, "Fuck yeah, food! Let's go see what the dog's going after." And so it wasn't everybody. Like the dad didn't go, mom didn't go, the daughters didn't go. It was the 14-year-old, a family friend, Kevin. Were in one other, I'm trying to remember who the other one was, but just those three go running down there to go see what's going on with the dog. And the dad was like, he knew something was wrong. And he tried yelling for him. Supposedly Randy said, "Boys, this is an ambush." After they were about halfway down the hill, they didn't hear, and then the gunshots started ringing out.
Yeah. And this was, let me see, during this reconnaissance team of deputy marshals, they unexpectedly encounter Harris, Weaver's son, and that's Samuel, he's 14, and the family dog. Deputy U.S. Marshal William Deegan, Samuel Weaver, and the dog are all killed in the shootout. Samuel Weaver fired at, I believe, Deegan. I can't remember if he hit Deegan or if it was Harris. Yeah, he shot at them because, hey, these guys, he has no idea where they just killed his dog. So he's freaked out. He returns fire at him. I think I can't remember what he was carrying. I don't remember the specific gun.
So let's stop, because this was actually really horrifying. I'm trying to remember the name of the lead guy, the lead ATF or FBI guy that was in charge of this little group coming up the hill.
Yeah.
They did an interview with him, and he was pretty candid with it. He's like, you know, the boy had shot at us, and he goes, and I saw my men go to shoot back at him, and they struck him in the elbow. And graphic warning here, it like pretty much like separated his arm. And then he said, to see another one of my men after that, after he'd fell down and he was already shot in the elbow, he's shot in the back, and the boy gets up to try to run away. They took an automatic and just mowed him down. And so even he was like, I couldn't believe one of my men could do something like this.
See, that's the thing. You get these
It was
guys
brutal.
These guys have never been in a war type situation like this, and it shouldn't have been like that. It didn't have to be like that. So they weren't prepared for this intense situation, and they reacted like somebody who probably shouldn't be carrying a firearm in this instance. So yes, the son's killed very violently in the back. He's 14 years old. It's a ridiculously awful situation. So he's killed, the dog's killed, and Marshall William Deegan are all killed. I believe Harris is the one that probably killed William Deegan. I can't remember the exact account. He was carrying, I think, a much higher caliber weapon than Samuel was. So there's two different accounts on this, and obviously the Harris and the Weavers is going to be vastly different than the U.S. Marshals. But
yep,
they said the forensics of the casings and the bullets did not really line up with what the U.S. Marshals were implying, because there were more rounds, I believe, recovered from the site. And if you looked at the trajectory of the bullets, the person tasked with killing Samuel had to actually move forward as he was firing to strike him down the way that he was struck down. So yeah, again, you painted the graphic picture already, but you can already tell that this did not go the way that they wanted, and they had to figure out a way to justify the lethal brutality that they let unfold.
So in classic government bureaucracy fashion, what do you do in a tragic scenario like this?
Blame them.
Double fucking down. Here's what they did. Federal government acting under the behalf that their men were pinned down, which was not the case at all.
No.
The men retreated. They were all in communication with each other. They unleashed an astonishing display of manpower in helicopters and armored vehicles. 400 men and women from FBI, ATF, U.S. Marshals, and a half dozen other agencies converged in northern Idaho. The feds set up a base camp about a mile from the Weavers' cabin. They had helicopters, they had tanks, they had trucks, they had U-Haul trucks. They set up huge tents and camps for this little family out in the middle of nowhere with a few rifles. This was overkill.
Complete overkill. The plan that they put in place essentially said kill almost everybody on site with lethal force, regardless of their being armed or not.
Yeah, they were given directions, or the what was the what do you call it, the engagement?
Rules of
engagement were changed and sent to Washington and signed off on shoot to kill if you see pretty much if you see a man with a rifle or some shit.
Now it
like
included
that.
It's because I think originally it included Vicky Weaver, but I think they changed it, but maybe they didn't all supposedly get that information before the bullets started flying, so they had deniability at that point. So it's just more paperwork bureaucracy, just following this entire operation. What are we seeing here on the screen for those?
So this is one of the pictures of their encampment. So you can see these either look like bolt action, maybe semi-automatic rifles, possibly, you can't really tell. But yeah, it's a very primitive place where they're living. So that's Vicky. That's the dog below her feet there. I think that might be Samuel on the right, and then I'm not sure who the guy on the left is. But so this is before that. This is when they were being surveilled and before the shooting had originally started. Hold on. So
clearly we need air raid strikes and tanks here. Right.
So here's their on their property. This is where they're living. They made this cabin themselves. This is their home. This is This is the terrain they're living on. And then there's like a small road or path to get up there. So yeah, the level of surveillance from a paranoid guy who has seen nothing but bad things coming from his government in the past, and then he moves to get away from it, and then the government seems to double down, and then they throw him in jail. He's about to lose his property. Then now they've killed his son, killed his dog, attacked his family and property, and they're doubling down with 400 people down the hill.
Yeah, this just gets even worse because at this point, this is what I think when they start moving in the FBI sharpshooters. This is August 22nd. This kind of glosses over it a little bit, but what I believe the details of how it went down, FBI sharpshooter Lon Horiuchi is focused on, I think, the barn at this point, and he sees Randy.
So
like
before
going
that,
up to the loft.
on this same day, this stuff has already hit the news.
Mm-hmm,
This is nationwide news. Protesters are pulling up and at the bottom of the hill on the road, like losing their fucking mind while they're putting snipers up, and they're ready. The snipers are ready while this is going on. Here's one picture of the protesters on the way up there as all these troops are heading up to go take out Randy and his family.
Yeah.
Anyway,
parallels, like we said. So at this point, the FBI sharpshooter sees Randy Weaver like entering a loft, I believe, of the barn, and this is where the body of Sam Weaver is. He's going up to see the body of his son who was killed the day before.
Yep.
And the FBI sharpshooter takes this opportunity, fires off a round. I believe he's about 200 yards out at this point. And these are guys who are trained to hit a dime from further distance from that. So this isn't an amateur shot by any means. He hits him, I believe, in the chest. I think it came out or in the shoulder.
It was like in the shoulder.
Yeah, shoulder, and it comes out his right armpit. So he's wounded, and he's trying to get back to the house at this point, I believe. And that was when Harris, their friend who bring them supplies, who was there during the day before when all the shooting started. I think he's in the doorway, and the FBI sharpshooter takes this opportunity to take another shot.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it goes through him or past him, and this is when it hits Vicky, wife of Randy Weaver. Basically, I believe it hits her right in the head. Mm-hmm. She's holding her 10-month daughter at this point. You can debate whether or not this guy saw that or not. Doesn't matter. The reasoning behind that second shot is just absolutely asinine. If Randy's the prime target, you've already wounded him, right? What in the blue hell is the reasoning behind this? He shoots past this guy, hits Vicky, kills her, obviously, instantly. She's holding a baby, for Christ's sake. I believe the graphic details of this are the splatter from her hits the other daughter.
So the other daughter speaks about this. She's got a documentary that she speaks about this, to where her dad was like, I want to go see my boy one last time. He knew shit was about to hit the fan. He's like, I just want to say goodbye to my son, pretty much. Yeah. The shot happens. He gets shot in the shoulder. So her and her mom are in the doorway yelling at everybody, get inside, get inside. And she's standing there right next to her mom when they're coming through the door, like you said. And then she's like, I saw my mom fall, my dad go grab the baby, and I was wiping mom off my face.
Ugh.
For a little girl, just her her best friend brother had just been killed the day before, and all this chaos, the fear she had, that was one of the most powerful things. I think she was like 12 or something when all this happened, but like the fear she had, she's like, I was afraid to look out a window. I was afraid to open the door because I thought they just wanted to kill us all. That was the how terrified she was of this whole situation. I don't think you need a dad or a mom to scare you at that point and tell you shit and indoctrinate you at that point when people are just getting shot all around you like that. Fuck you, I'm staying inside. I ain't going nowhere. Like, y'all just gonna shoot me. That was really crazy, frightening. And look up any of this. There's a bunch of YouTube videos on here. This whole thing is just sad.
Yeah, he. I don't know. What's his name? Lon Horiuchi. He also wounds Harris, and he wounded Randy. Obviously, he said he fired because he believed they would shoot at a surveillance helicopter. There was some skepticism on him actually firing at a helicopter the day before. Okay, regardless of that, how does that justify the shot? It fucking doesn't.
No.
The next day, Harris charged with Deegan's murder and Weaver charged with lesser crimes in federal case. And then a week later, on August 30th, is when Harris surrenders, and on the 31st, Weaver finally.
So
surrenders.
that skips a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of days in between there
Mhm.
of shit that happens.
Yeah,
Hold on a
solid
second.
week. Let me bump back over to this other one.
So here's a picture of what it kind of looked like at the bottom of the hill for this Randy and Mr. Harris. So they from some of the stuff after they killed Vicky, it seemed like they didn't know they killed Vicky. They're doing press conferences.
That's the fucked up part.
They're doing press conferences and trying to like plead over the radio. They're having radio personalities try to reach out to the family and try to plead to Vicky. They even get on megaphones every morning and they're like, Vicky, it's okay. Come outside and have breakfast with your children. And like they're sitting in the house staring at her dead on the floor in the kitchen. And they think
Randy
that they're mocking.
They're
mocking.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, they're fucking mocking us now. What the fuck kind of sick, twisted shit is this? Like, that's where his head's at. Now, I don't care who you are, if you side with Randy or anybody on this. Like, the emotional stress that you're put under, you just lost your 14-year-old kid. You just lost your wife. There's so much shit going. Yeah, you're shot. You like this has got to be just crazy traumatic at that point. So yeah, I would probably think you're fucking mocking me too. I probably wouldn't be very rational in that moment and not have a whole lot of sympathy moving forward.
No, none. Absolutely none. And yeah, it's just getting worse and worse and worse outside at this point. Yeah, the protests and the sympathy from the people protesting, and not just the protesters. Is at this point, is this when like the white supremacists start trying to sneak weapons up to the farm? They're detained, obviously, but they're trying to get weapons to the family so they can
got
protect
some images
themselves.
of that too.
Pretty ridiculous to think about the situation.
I do have to share this. Just a sign of the times. Let's lighten the mood a little bit because we've been getting a little heavy on here. Look at that dude's mullet. Drink.
Drink.
I love the uniforms and the it's just what people were wearing back then.
Don't tell my heart, my
aching heart. So there's Randy and his wife when they got married. So yeah, here you go. So white supremacists, you can see, he's got the good old symbol on there. So skinheads show up, drink.
Yep.
Johnny Bungarter shouts at officers, angry seeps from the woods. Whatever, I'm not sure who that guy is, but that picture looks really familiar, though. I should probably know who this guy is. Maybe he was just.
Dad?
Is this like
the dad of the cat lady that's pointing at the white cat?
Oh Lord!
Remember that Oakland A's hat?
This is amazing.
Who did not know somebody who had that hat?
Not just that, but look,
and that hair.
He's wearing a Super Bowl T-shirt, I think, and she has got a mullet herself and a beautiful
jacket.
Yes, a beautiful Canadian tuxedo.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
Yeah, so
that brings back so many memories.
That's a great picture. That is a great picture.
Here's them getting arrested after trying to smuggle the guns.
Yeah, this is the skinheads trying to smuggle guns up to the farm, and that's what I mean. It's such a ridiculous situation. The ATF, the FBI, are the supposed law enforcement good guys trying to do something good, and the fucking skinheads drink again are trying to smuggle weapons in for the family to protect themselves from the government. Do you not see why people are freaking out about this at this point?
Yes. So
And I'm just thinking, boy, this is a lot for a 1/4 inch of steel off the end of a shotgun barrel.
Yeah.
which yeah, technically hasn't even gone through and yeah, like it hasn't even gone through jury. Like they don't even know if they're gonna really
To
charge him
quote-
with anything.
To quote Ron Burgundy, boy, that escalated quickly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very. Yeah, one of the podcasts I listened to brush up on this, the comment that really got me early on at this point was they're talking about the sawed-off shotgun and how he sold it to the informant, and the guy his immediate reaction to this was, "Wow, so we have had gun laws in the past, and they do work, huh? Jeez." And I'm just like, "You snotty little bitch!" It just got worse from there.
If
Can-
it's
can I
really
re-
working, I'm like, ooh.
Can I
It didn't
repeat?
work.
Can I repeat? Podcasts over the last year have gone to shit. Nobody cares about your uneducated opinion.
All
Yeah.
except Big Bucking Empire.
I know,
and the
right?
KOE Nation.
We
So-
get it right over and over.
And Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. Those are the 3 podcasts that have gotten it better than anybody. Yes, Big Bucket Empire,
Undeniable.
KOE Nation on YouTube and Twitch, and of course, Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube and Spotify. Those are the only 3 that have gotten it right. And in fact, are really the only 3 you need to watch.
Absolutely. You nailed it right there.
I mean, couldn't have said it better myself.
So,
Why I let you.
okay. So Randy and Kevin and the girls that are still sitting up there in the cabin. So Randy and Kevin are both shot.
Yeah.
They're both injured. It sounds like Kevin's wounds are a little bit more mortal or more damning. And it sounded like that bullet, from what I remember reading, the bullet was lodged in his like chest cavity, just inches from his heart. Like it ripped him up pretty good, and he was bleeding out really bad. But nobody could talk these guys into coming down. So who did they call?
Ghostbusters?
Yeah, I think it was the Ghostbusters.
Bo fucking Grits.
Oh.
That might be the greatest name in the history of names.
They call a libertarian presidential candidate, former Green Beret, Bo Grits, to come and talk to him.
Yeah.
So as they sat
this
there
is the
for a
third
week.
party, and he could kind of relate to Randy because of his military background.
Yep. That's pretty much what it was. It was like, hey, why don't you get him somebody you can trust? Because the sentiment coming out of, for once, the one person that's not going to come up and try to kill him. So Bo goes up, talks to him. Mind you, the press doesn't know Vicky's dead. They don't know anything about what's going on at this time. And so there's 7 days of like pretty much silence of them just holed up, and they get Bo. Bo comes up the hill. And right away, Randy knows who Bo is. He's Green Beret like Randy was, and like we said, libertarian presidential candidate. So he's pretty popular. And right away, Randy looks out the window and says, "Is that you, Bo?" And Bo's like, "God damn it, yeah, Randy. What the hell's going on in there?" And then Randy, he's up there for like an hour talking to Randy. He's like, "They killed her. They shot me. They shot Kevin. Like, here's all the shit that's happened. You want me to come out? Are you fucking kidding me?"
Yeah.
So Bo comes down, and when they ask him, they're like, hey, what did he tell you? He goes, "You guys really fucked up this time."
Yeah. Relaying all that, like being under the assumption that, hey, this guy's gone nuts with his family and he's just causing quite the stir up. I better go talk to him. And then finding out the details of what's been transpiring and having to go back and be like,
you guys fucked this up.
You guys fucked this up bad.
Bo, would you please not talk to the press? I'm sure that.
Would you do us a solid? Yeah, fuck you. No.
So when the head of the ATF had to come out and do a press conference and announce that Vicky was dead, those protesters about lost their
Yeah.
fucking minds.
Yeah.
They were like ready to riot on the side of the road down the hill from Randy's house. Like, don't blame them. Like, some of them are kind of off the wall weird people, but like,
Sure.
seriously, you like it was completely uncalled for. Again, don't know details. I wasn't behind the looking glass of that sniper rifle, but yeah, bad deal. What was that guy's name again?
Which guy?
The shooter, the sniper.
Let me see. It was. Just had it. FBI sharpshooter. Make me scroll back up, you bastard. Lon Horiuchi. How do you pronounce that?
You know,
I have
Just
got
had
to
to-
be fucking.
Just had to
that
see
up.
that again.
Horiuchi. That's how it's spent.
So yes, that was a very unfortunate incident, and it was really unfortunate that any of those people had to lose their lives. This was really, like I said, this escalated way too quickly, and this was one of those like. It's like Abraham Lincoln once said that sometimes the path of mercy is preferable to the path of strict justice.
Mm-hmm.
So this would have been an instance where somebody with a tiny bit of mercy might have. Now, as much as I hate to say, at the very
Or a
beginning
tiny
of
bit
all-
of justice.
I was about to say at the very beginning of all of this. I mean, Randy had a pretty good entrapment case. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, make of it what you will. Now, this is before everything really escalated, but yeah, that was yeah, it's really unfortunate that it really had to get here, and this is one of those instances where, again, sometimes protesters, you're not helping. Okay?
Yeah,
I've been
sometimes
saying
it
this
makes
for
things
the last
worse.
2 years. Protesters, sometimes you're not helping, and this is another one of those instances where you're not helping things. So, oh Lord.
Yeah.
So
This was like you said, this kicked off modern day conspiracies. Drink.
but now Tony.
and-
I was gonna say.
I was
now,
gonna say-
Master of the timeline. We got to know how this movie ends.
Oh, we're almost there. We're almost there. All right, let's wrap this up. As far as the story goes, so they let Bo talks him into letting Kevin come out because Kevin's about to die. He's bleeding out. And then, how many days later was it before Randy finally gave it? Was it the next day?
Yeah, August 30th is when Harris surrenders. He comes out, and then
I remember
31st
Bo. He let Bo take his wife's body. Like he brought up a body bag and took his wife's body down so they could. Yeah, they'd been sitting there for a week staring at the body the whole time. So like, hats off to Bo. I don't know any of his politics. I really don't know who the guy is, but like,
doesn't matter at that point.
A badass name. If it wasn't for him though, who's to say the government would have just kept going?
I think if it wouldn't have been for that agreement through him, no, this doesn't end with anybody walking out of there. Because at one point they thought, well, we're just gonna have to steamroll over this. You can't tell me that wasn't going through half of their heads. We're just gonna have to steamroll over everything, cover it up after the fact, because they were already doing that in real time. It just, yeah. If it wouldn't have been for him, this would have been even worse than it already was. But yeah, it was the next day Weaver surrendered, the 31st. And then jumping way ahead, September 17th, he pled innocent to Weaver pleads innocent to aiding in Deegan's murder. And the next day, September 18th, Harris pleads innocent to murdering Deegan.
Yep. Anyway, they go through court for God knows how long. Ends up government has to pay out his family $3.1 million. Yeah. Government goes, shit.
Yeah, they got charged with murder, conspiracy, and assault. And yes, the Idaho jury acquitted Harris of all the charges. Weaver was convicted of failing to appear for the original firearms charge. So he served what, like 17? Was it 17 months of whatever his sentence was? Or even, I don't even know if it was that many for the firearms charge.
I don't even think it was that.
I don't think it was even that.
All of
I think
this,
it was only 18 months.
All of this over a quarter inch of steel that the government set a guy up to do.
Yeah. They pushed
Yeah.
him into the sale to set him up as a patsy to gain him as an
Literally
this
a
was
guy who
all
says
because
he
of the
just
good.
wants to be left alone.
Mhm.
That's literally all he's ever said. I'm gonna shut that off. I just had a Nazi flag waving behind me. I don't want any of that shit going on.
Yeah.
That was fucking
Yes.
weird. I look up at myself. I'm like, nope. That's a bad
Yeah.
look.
That's a nay.
That's a nay.
No.
Somebody can clip that out,
I was
throw it
about
on
to say,
Twitter
those
real
are
fucking
good out of
fast.
context, like chicken out of context.
Watch the episode. I can't find the episode. They took that down.
I'm gonna have to
That didn't
blur
take
that out.
That didn't
Yeah.
take long. Oh Lord! So in the end,
Let me see.
the ATF had to do a sorry. We fucked
Yeah.
up, and he got
We
paid
sure did.
3.5 mil. That's wow. I didn't know that part. But yeah, that was one of those. I kind of figured when it was all said and done, they were just gonna, when he's served his 17 months, the government was just gonna go, well, no givesies backsies, right?
Right.
Because that's the way it usually goes for most folks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they wanted to do. Let me finish up the Britannica article here. This is an inquiry by the Justice Department criticized the FBI for failing to gather sufficient intelligence and for not ordering the residents of the cabin to surrender before engaging them in a firefight. It also concluded that Horiuchi's second shot was unconstitutional because Harris and Weaver were running for cover and could not be considered imminent threats. The inquiry further alleged that Horiuchi unnecessarily endangered others by firing at the door of the cabin. Nevertheless, the U.S. Attorney General decided that criminal charges against Horiuchi were unwarranted. Prosecutors in Boundary County, Idaho, however, charged Horiuchi with involuntary manslaughter. The case was removed to a federal district court, which dismissed the charges against Horiuchi on grounds that he was immune from prosecution because he was acting in his official capacity. An appeals court affirmed the district court's ruling, but a second en banc, fuller complement of judges, panel reversed that decision and required that Horiuchi stand trial. Before a third, larger panel could be convened to consider that decision, the state of Idaho announced it was dropping charges and all three earlier rulings were vacated. And yes, in 1995, the federal government settled a lawsuit brought by Randy Weaver and his three surviving daughters.
Oh, Lord Almighty. Now, funny enough, I mean, this last year has definitely shown us that the standards have definitely changed in terms of being charged for such things. So, boy, howdy. That was, it's a modern day Othello. It is a tragedy no matter which way you want to look at it. I mean, there's way too many dead people for this story.
Yeah, way too many dead kids. There's only one in this. That's way too many. But yeah, it's just way too much fuckery afoot with the government's hand. So this we'll kind of shift a little bit here in a minute and talk about a couple other things and wrap up. But like this is kind of part one of these pre-recorded, because this is kind of an interesting how this escalates. I love how Phil kind of kicked it off, how this is kind of like the first round of the modern day conspiracies drink. Patient zero. So
fortunately, some of the cast of this very story show up in another episode that we got coming down the pike.
Yep. So again, next week, live, we're going to be doing the Andre second annual beer challenge. Join us live here. But then the following week, we're going to take a little trip to Waco, Texas, and have a little follow-up to what happened after Ruby Ridge. And it's all going to culminate into a beautiful spectacle and a trifecta of holy fuckery in the Oklahoma City bombing.
Whoa, folks, that we got a lot of content coming.
So what's Randy up to these days?
Is he still alive?
Holy shit.
I assume it's doing documentaries about Ruby Ridge.
Probably.
I'm looking this up right now. this is kind of crazy, but I didn't realize this. Randall Claude Randy Weaver is a former U.S. Army engineer known for his role in the Ruby Ridge standoff near Naples, Idaho in 1992. Weaver and his family, a friend named Kevin Harris, engaged in our blah, blah, blah. We just covered all that. Born January 3rd, 1948, age 73 years, must be still alive. Born in Villisca, Iowa. Can you believe that?
Yeah. Interesting.
I'll be damned. Go
Oh,
figure.
Lord
Been
Almighty.
there a few times.
Oh,
So yes, he
God
is still
damn it.
alive, 73 years old. I'm pretty sure he just kind of dug right down the rabbit hole of
Probably.
I fuck the government, and I'm assuming he got real involved with some of those probably less than amicable meetings of other like-minded people who weren't nearly as amicable as maybe he would have been had things not turned out the way they did. So yeah, regardless of what you think of him, past, present, or future, he really got a raw deal in this situation, and there's really no other way to look about it.
Yeah. One of his daughters, Sarah, the one that was best friends with the boy that had passed away in this story. She lives obviously with what the money they got from the government. She's got a property up in Montana, kind of lives her own life, and kind of she said, it was tough to deal with, but she overall kind of forgives everything that had happened. She's moved on. She tries to get away from it. I'm sure she talks about postpartum and trying to just erase all of this, but it's something she's got to live with, and so he's going to be following her. And so yeah, it's sad. She's all grown up. She's our age, maybe a little older. I don't know. She's pretty close to our age.
Yeah, I think probably a little older than us, because we were just wee little kids when this all went down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, yeah, she's got a big old ranch up in Montana, and has horses, and kind of lives out in the middle of nowhere by herself. So that's good. She can live a happy life.
Yes, but folks, so that has been our take on Ruby Ridge, episode 1. Who knows? Maybe we'll revisit it at some point in the future. If you folks love this topic, be sure to let us know in the comments. Be sure to like, share, subscribe. But folks, gentlemen, Chicken, Tony, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this very special episode 88 on our coverage of Ruby Ridge. But don't you dare change from this channel, folks. Like, share, subscribe, because we got plenty more coming down the pike. We're going to be covering Waco. We're going to be covering Oklahoma City. We're going to be hitting the heavy hitters of some of the more interesting and some of the unfortunate sides of American history. So don't you dare tune away from that. But most importantly, folks, next week, the Andre the Giant Beard Challenge, 2nd annual memorial Andre the Giant Beard Challenge, right here at the Dog and Chicken Show. Help us, join us, get to 156 beers for our tribute to the boss, Andre the Giant. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E. Find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch. I am the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, the baron of baldness and bourbon, and the emperor of big bucking empire. Signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partners. But folks, every last one of you beautiful people, raise a glass to yourselves. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. Thank you. God bless every last one of you. And I hope every last one of you comes back here next week, happy, healthy, much the wiser. Tony, Chicken, take it away.
Beautiful.
Right. So real quick, just wanted to say, yes, make sure to join us, like Phil said, next week, live Thursday, the 20th. Holy crap, you got to do it. You got to bring your beer drinking shoes, at least have one or two with us. Real quick on the bottom there, You want to send us some hate mail, send it to this address, dogandchickenshow@gmail.com, all lowercase, all one word, dogandchickenshow@gmail.com. And if you
Make
like
it
this
as
kind of
dirty
topic,
and raunchy, as mean as possible.
yeah, make it as brutal as you possibly can. But if you also have some ideas for topics, some questions, some comments, throw it at us anyway. Love to hear feedback from you. We like interacting with everybody who watches this stuff. So we appreciate you watching, listening, however you're finding us. But make sure to tune back again next week live. It's going to be a good one.
Hey, appreciate everybody tuning in to three guys having some drinks and reliving the story of Ruby Rich. Cheers to all you beautiful people out there. As always, appreciate you. Love you. Bye. We'll see y'all next week live with some beers in hand. Good night.
Booyah.
And see if it just
If I
smooths
ever
itself out.
get back, tell you what I'll do. If I ever get back, I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive.
All right, doing record for a minute or two here and see if it just smooths
Never
itself out.
get back. Tell you what I'll do. If I ever get back, I promise to refabricate you.
I'd like to introduce you guys real quick to our special guest just having come into the room. Everybody, please welcome Tom Thummery.
On this episode of Omegle.
I'm here, and your white privileges are going to save you tonight, okay, guys?
That's right. It's time for the Dog and Chicken Show.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dog and Chicken Show, episode 89, Waco. And as always, to my, is that my right? Yeah, that's my right. Technically, it's my left, but it's my right. Tony fucking G, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. I'm just enjoying life. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Beautiful day indeed. And then holding us up from down under, none other.
Well, that was awkward as fuck.
Yeah. Okay, for audio listeners, this was a visual.
It's a visual gag, folks. But, folks, worry not. Welcome, one and all, to Big Bucking Entertainment, the Dog and Chicken Show. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch. You know it's the right thing to do. But this evening, folks, we are getting into some very interesting topics, but we are also coming off the tremendous success, gentlemen. Let's not be modest here. The tremendous success of the second annual Andre the Giant Beer Challenge, where we rose above and together, Big Bucket Empire, the KOE Nation, the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast Universe all came together. Yes. They all came together and we hit Andre the Giant's 106 beer threshold, 117 beer threshold, 126 beer threshold, passed the 156 beer threshold and landed at 181. It was getting rough, but we did it. We did it together, folks.
It was getting rough. Was like, that's saying it nicely.
Yes, I'm being very diplomatic, but it was an amazing time. Be sure
Yeah.
to check that out on top of
Yeah.
everything else. And yes, but folks, now we have come together for a very interesting look back into an interesting moment in our history. And this is one, Chicken's been looking forward to it. Tony, Mr. Timeline himself, he's got all the facts ready for you. This is going to be a deep dive into
Allegedly.
alleged. Yes, this is going to be an alleged deep dive into one Waco, Texas, and the controversies surrounding thereof. So for those who might not be familiar, for those who are familiar, gather around, pour yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We're going to get deep into this. But before we do, gentlemen, what are you drinking tonight?
So doing my normal, my pre warm up with my Crown and Coke, but in honor of our awesome feat of 180 beers last week, I am going to switch over to beer. I'm going to be drinking Heineken the rest of the night.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
And actually, it's 181. Don't sell yourself short, Chicken.
Fair.
Yeah.
So, Tony, what are you drinking this evening?
I decided to get into kind of a sleeper here, but a Glenfiddich Project XX, one of those that you're not going to see a lot of anymore. But I got about a half a bottle left, and I thought tonight was a good night to dip into it. It's not one that is going to be the most popular, but this is a really nice sweet Scotch. I really enjoy this stuff.
And of course, drinking words. Got them scrolling down below. Those listening in, feel free to play along.
Oh, you
If
got
we
it.
say mullet, guns, tanks, Colts, or if Tony's kids interrupt the show, Phil, what are you drinking tonight, sir?
I'm actually having some of the wonderful Rabbit Hole Derringer.
Good stuff.
Yeah, we all reviewed this together at Chicken's house. You can find the review for it at K.O.E Nation. And also the distillery reached out to me and said, thanks for the kind words. So next time I saw one of these, I picked one up, and that's a really easy way for a distillery to get a customer for life. And last time my brother was over, we got into this, and he agreed this is amazingly good stuff. Like, this is better than some pretty high up bourbons we were trying. So I'm going to be having some Rabbit Hole sherry soaked bourbon. Excellent.
My niece graduated this last weekend, and you know, of course, adults only are drinking at this party. But I bought an extra bottle of that Rabbit Hole Derringer and brought it over there. It was a hit. Everybody was loving that stuff, and actually met some guy named Bill, and me and my brother Lynn and Bill sat around and just talked about Scotch and bourbon for about 2.5 hours, and then he said he probably should go because he still had to drive across town, and I was like, I am so sorry. But me and Lynn sat and drank more.
Well, that's fair. Speaking of that Rabbit Hole Derringer, last time I was over at Phil's here for the Andre Challenge, or no, excuse me, this was for the WWE Shit Show pay-per-view, Backlash WrestleMania Zombie Fest. Made me drink a lot of booze that night because just, to get through it. Yeah, you retained. It's about to come back home this weekend. Don't you worry. AEW, Double or Nothing, Chicken will lose the title. That's not
Do I have
a
to
spoiler.
buy this one?
That's a guarantee. Yeah, I'm sorry, you do, champ.
Memorial weekend?
Yep, that's what AEW does.
Well, let's be frank. You're going to watch it on your phone on YouTube the next morning like everybody else does.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, Phil and I are going to watch this thing live, probably, maybe, hopefully.
That's how
maybe
a
the
lot
champ
of people...
Maybe the champ's going to phone it in, but I'm going to be trying to watch this one live. But I digress. Speaking of the rabbit
This
hole
is
Derringer,
fantastic. The only way they can beat me is by switching platforms. Like they can't.
if you were a
beat me in
true
WWE,
champion, you'd be
so-
ready to defend at all shows, just
I
like
didn't say I
myself, and
wouldn't
to a lesser
defend.
extent, Phil
I
K.O.E.
didn't say I wouldn't. I just
Anywho.
found it funny. And you know what? I never noticed until the night the intro has the belt behind me. So like every show, I'm just showing you that I'm the champ. I just noticed that tonight. I was like, oh my god,
So
I'm
we're
kind
going
of
to
a
have
dick.
to update that right quick. But again, speaking of the rabbit hole Derringer, I'm going to bring this all back to Texas, guys. This is how you segue like a champ. I do believe Phil and I decided that we're going to put the rabbit hole Derringer sherry cask finish up against another sherry cask whiskey in TX Sherry Cask versus video 1-on-1. And of course, TX Sherry does come from Texas, hence the TX. So look forward to that versus video, because that is going to be really, really interesting. I was delighted to see how well they stacked up against each other. And we're a big fan of the TX brand, and we're becoming big fans of the rabbit hole as well. So that's going to be a fun one to check out. Make sure you get your ass over to K.O.E Nation and anticipate that one. But speaking of Texas, let's get into our topic, gents.
Here we go back to
A plus.
A
segue.
plus. That was an A plus segue. Kudos, sir. Kudos. Almost worth the championship belt, but not quite. Not yet. Got to earn that. So anyway, Waco, Texas. David Koresh. These are all familiar words and names in the English language these days, but not everybody really knows what happened. And like I have a broad, very like I got a good memory of what it was. I was a child when this was happening. I think I was 8. I was like 7, 8 years old. I remember
we all were.
watching this on the news. I remember seeing like this building on fire and tanks driving around it, and like everybody was pissed about it. And I was like, what the fuck happened there? Like, and then so we did the Ruby Ridge story. And Ruby Ridge, obviously, just a few years prior to Waco, and it all kind of culminated together a little bit of a lot of shit. Bad things happened to bad people did bad things, and the government overreached in some instances. Maybe not bad people. I don't know. Depends on who you are and what you believe. But this story is so fucking crazy. And when everybody worries about, today's government overreach when it comes to this weird like seizing control of all of your rights and everything that you're trying to do, this was one of the biggest, and I think this was the most deadly, if I'm not mistaken, since in like modern history, the most deadly government siege on U.S. civilians that I can remember. Phil, maybe you know of something bigger prior to Waco?
Not like I say off the top of my head, no. This is certainly not in the modern era. There's not one that I can really think of. And this one is just, again, there's a lot of the same players from our previous episode at Ruby Ridge make an appearance here, which is the weird, like, that's the strange part about it, is there's this weird kind of string of the same actors showing up to these two different events. But yeah, it's been so long, like you said. To me, I find it another fascinating moment in our nation's history. And I've kind of had a joke with some people that if it was like, let's be frank, it was terrible that people lost their lives. And that is the worst thing. But if we would probably all know at least one or two people out in the woods that'd be trying to start their own little, we're gonna wait this out until apocalypse end if this hadn't been cracked down on. So I'm being facetious, of course, but yeah, it was a terrible thing that happened, that way too many people lost their lives. It was some folks just not wanting to budge. And like I said with the last story we had, and I'm going to maintain it with this one, Like Abraham Lincoln once said, there are times when the path of mercy is preferable to strict justice.
And with that said, let's get into a little bit of the build to it. Tony, do you have a date for us? When does this all begin? I got a little prelude info, but when's David Koresh come on scene?
Okay, so this is all coming straight from Wikipedia. Chicken and I kind of agreed that this is a very in-depth summarization of pretty much everything. I mean, the background, this dips into the background. I don't know when you want to touch on that about when he came into power, but let me see here. Stepping in right to the background, this is the first thing that pops up. This touches on the Branch Davidians, also known as the Branch. It's a religious group originated in 1955. Schism in the Shepherd's Rod Davidians, following death of Shepherd's Rod founder Victor Hotef. Founded Davidians based on his prophecy of an imminent apocalypse. Don't they all start that way, though? And the second coming of Jesus Christ. Hoo-hoo. Spoiler alert. Well, allegedly. And the defeat of evil armies of Babylon. As the original Davidian group gained members, its leadership moved to the church of a hilltop several miles east of Waco, Texas, which they named Mount Carmel, after a mountain in Israel mentioned in Joshua 19:26 in the Bible Old Testament. A few years later, they moved again to a much larger site east of the city. Victor's widow, Florence Hotef, announced that she'd expected Armageddon was about to take place. Yet another premonition. And members were told to gather at the center to wait this event. So, they're building houses, they're staying in tents, trucks. They're pretty much just camping this out like it's a big old Woodstock festival at this point. Following the failure of this prophecy, control side of Mount Carmel fell to Benjamin Roden, founder of the Branch Davidian Seventh-day Advent Association, Branch Davidians. He promoted different doctrinal beliefs than those of Victor Hotef's original Davidian Seventh-day Advent organization. So
let's
you're starting to
pause
see
there
the
for a second.
splitting off of all the different sects of this, because of course,
Yeah,
you've got these
This
premonitions happening.
It's starting to sound like the NWO in the late 90s.
I know, right?
Exactly. Oh my God! Thank you for going there. Yes, the LWO, the BW. Yeah, exactly.
Well, there's
you
the
can't
NWO,
have somebody.
the NWO Black and Red, the NWO 2000, NWO Silver. There was a lot of NWOs, and so it started splitting off.
So that's the problem for me. Whenever you hear about something like this, that all the people who are invested.
Oh, it's
in
deeper than NWO. This is a better story than NWO.
The people
here's
that get
the
invested
deal.
in something like this go
I don't
whole
know.
hog.
That was the best heel turn of all time. So I don't know.
Wow.
It was, and people still talk about it 25 years later, obviously, so it must be worth it.
Speaking of things that people still talk about 20 some years later,
Yeah.
Waco, Texas.
So here's the deal. So this Branch Davidian group was led by this lady named Lois Roden. Actually had a sexual relationship with David Koresh. At that time, he was known as Vernon Wayne Howell.
No.
Yes. Well, shocked. He had to change his name. So anyway, she was much older than him. And her son George Roden was he assumed that he would take over the church after she had passed, but she had said he would not be fit and would not be the one to carry on after she passed on power, and wanted Mr. Vernon Wayne Howell to take over, later known as David Koresh. And this did not sit well. And George Roden was a little bit of a loose cannon. It might be
That's
the word.
a nice way to put it. Yeah, let's go with loose cannon. That's pretty gentle.
So he kicks Vernon, later known as David, out along with what followers he had. So they built their own little refuge down the road and were living separately and slowly stealing, people from the church, because nobody liked George. George was a dick. He was very brash. Nobody liked him. He actually changed the name of the mount, I think, the mountain or their compound to it was Church George or something. He named it after himself. The dude was super into himself. I'm trying to find what he named it, but it was
I'm
it was
noticing
terrible.
a trend with all cult leaders. Yeah.
With this particular
Very
little
obsessive,
branch of the
narcissistic.
NWO, I'm noticing it's a. Well, also
It gets better.
there's
The
one thing
Undertaker comes around.
yes, but there's one thing. Yes. Ouch. Well. Well done. Well done.
Yes.
But, wow. But okay, I got it back. That made me forget for a second what I was even going to say. Well done. But no, like, let's also not forget there's something that's really looked over. David Koresh was a tremendously persuasive individual. He was very adept at the powers of persuasion. And
what a promo!
Yeah, well, if you, as much as I say, if you ever watched any of his old sermons, and also watch the Waco movie that has John Leguizamo playing the undercover, because the actor that plays David Koresh really gets across the idea of just how charismatic and how infectious of a personality this man had, that like he could talk to somebody for 20 minutes and then they would be living at his compound. Like he was. And so that's why, like, I always try to tell people, you need to have good powers of persuasion, because there are folks out there that use their powers not for good, but for evil.
Yes. So jumping back into George Roden, they challenged each other. So David Koresh had stolen a bunch of patrons from the church. Basically, they're all like, no, we're leaving George. We're going to go hang out with this dude. He's way more charismatic, as Phil put it. So he put up this weird challenge. It was, could you resurrect a dead body? And so, yes, this was this
Who
is
threw
how
the challenge down? Was it George or David?
George threw the challenge down. So George Roden, he dug up the casket of Anne Hughes. She was a Davidian out of their own cemetery, and challenged the resurrection contest to prove who should be the rightful heir to the leadership. So guess what? Vernon Howell / David Koresh did? He said, well, that's illegal. So he calls the cops.
Yeah.
Wait. There's more.
How is he the first one? What the fuck? Don't make David Koresh the fucking voice of reason. What the fuck? Like, no.
Oh, no, it gets better. So David Koresh goes to the cops and says, hey, this dude just dug up some lady and wants to have a contest to resurrect her. And they said, oh, bullshit. Get me some proof. They said, get us proof. So David Koresh and his church went out. Of course, they know George is armed, and both of these churches are fully armed all the time. So they try to sneak out to get pictures so they can get the cops to come arrest this dude. Well, guess what? They catch each other. Gunfight ensues. Well, why did the gunfight break out? Nobody dies in this scenario, but they just start shooting at each other, and they all get arrested, and nobody is convicted of any crimes because the cops told David Koresh's church to go get evidence, even though they knew there was a crime. The police did did not want to investigate this. Apparently, like, it was a total fuck up from day one. It was a fuck up from local law enforcement of like, why wouldn't you just go check?
Yeah, because if you're the police department, you want to believe that this is a wild goose chase and this is just some crazy guy trying to get attention.
You're like, crazy
yeah.
cult people out in the woods, or
deputy out to go ask. Yeah, I heard there's a court.
That wouldn't. Yeah, simple.
You go drive through the cemetery. I bet it's dug up.
Yeah, that's all it took. Yeah, go do your job. Go do one simple patrol to verify that this is true, and this all could have been avoided potentially. Let me just rip the last paragraph from Wikipedia here. On November 3rd, 1987, Howell and 7 armed companions tried to get into the Mount Carmel Chapel, intending to photograph the body in the casket as incriminating evidence. Roden was informed of the interlopers and opened fire. The sheriff's department responded about 20 minutes into the gunfight, during which Roden had been wounded. I think it was his hand. I don't think it was anything very severe. Sheriff Harwell got Howell on the phone and told him to stop shooting and surrender. Howell and his companions, dubbed the Rodenville 8 by the media, were tied for attempted murder on April 12, 1988. 7 were acquitted, and the jury hung on Howell's verdict. The county prosecutors did not press the case further. And that part, I believe this is the really interesting part, is in terms of the backstory to David Koresh, because this really kind of set the ball in terms of how
convinced the
persuasive
jury.
this guy was.
One of the jurors actually afterwards came and gave him a hug. He was so fucking convincing.
That
I'm
is
kinda
the
shocked
power of
Kind of shocked
persuasion.
one of the jurors
Oh.
didn't become, like what you're saying, power of persuasion. I'm shocked one of the jurors didn't become a member of his sect afterwards.
I
Like
can't believe
that's
they all didn't.
like if he had that long in a room with you, like there's no telling how much he could turn your brains to scrambled eggs. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's why. But this whole story here, like I'm hearing all this part for the first time. Like I'm wondering about the other guy's little sect. Did nobody say, "Hey, maybe don't do that"? Or
Let me
the
tell you
other
about what
one-
happened to
the
George.
well, hang on. My
Yeah.
other thought is, hang on. Here's a corpse here. Let's have ourselves a reviving contest. Well, George, have at it. Give it a good old college try. See if even if you fuck everything up, worst case scenario, you might get a pulse. I mean, shit. Like I don't like. What's the thought process there? Like I'm
1,
not gonna
2,
give it a
3,
try.
4. I declare a corpse war.
Yeah, like so.
I just waiting for the Undertaker's music and Kane's music to start playing right now. It's like, oh,
like just that little bit you described there of the digging up the body and the issue thereabout is at least a 5-part miniseries on A&E.
Yeah.
Just right there is just like, what? No.
A&E ain't gonna have shit on the History Channel when they start getting the aliens involved with this backstory.
AMC, maybe, I don't know, Netflix or Hulu. Like we'll see who grabs that. But yeah, that alone, just that little stretch. You don't even need to go.
Oh, there's
on the
more.
Like, I know there's more because even I know some of the more. So yeah. So Tony, Mr. Timeline himself, carry us away.
well, can I talk about what happened to Roden?
Go
Roden
ahead.
dude, the Roden dude that used to be in charge. So they're all in court, right? And all of David's people are getting off, and everything's fine on their end. Roden gets contempt of court because he can't keep his shit under control. He starts cussing at the judge, loses his fucking temper. So he gets thrown in there. Well, then he gets turned in for a 1989 murder of another Davidian that he like killed with an axe. And so this dude's just gone. He gets convicted of murder under insanity. So I don't know if he ended up in the psych ward or something, but yeah. So now there's nobody in the way. The Roden dude's mom was banging this dude, David, and now nobody's in the way. David slowly pays back all the pays for the property, takes over the entire church, and then that's when they renamed it to what's the name of the place again? It's Mount Pleasant or Mount what the hell they name it?
Now,
Mount Carmel. Mount Carmel.
Yeah, Mount Carmel, yes.
David Koresh was banging this one dude's mom, which again,
So that's probably why this dude
a
hated
showing
him.
of things to come, he ended up banging also a lot of mom. Like apparently that was just another theme throughout his life. But yeah,
Yes.
but yeah, I can't imagine
Don't
why that
kink
guy
shame
might.
David Koresh.
All cult
Yeah,
leaders
I was about to
eventually
say,
just want to bang your wife.
Drink. You said coke,
Yeah.
and I said.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But I can't imagine why. I'm gonna just say it. Why that cult leader wouldn't like David much? Because like, oh, let's see, you're taking my flock, you're taking my grift, and you banged my mom too. So, fuck you, motherfucker. Like, yeah, I can't imagine why.
And you're doing it better than me. No.
Yeah, like yeah, that guy was so howling at the moon mad. He thought digging up a corpse was a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, like
That's
this
fucked
is-
up. Yeah.
Like, yeah, this is like keep going. This is wow. I should have done some. I should have read this years ago.
Yeah, this is like banging your bully's mom just as a power flex. Like, this is when it goes really, really wrong.
Yeah.
There's a kid in the UK that did that, and I raised my glass. Well
Yeah.
done, sir.
Yeah,
Oh,
while
cheers.
we're on the history and we talked about bullying, so supposedly David Koresh was was raised in his parents were super young. One of them, I think it was his dad, wasn't allowed to be with his mom anymore. So it was a really fucked up. He was beaten a lot as a kid. He was called retarded as a kid, and just treated really, really poorly. So this kid was bullied all of his life, and he had certain dreams. He wanted to be like Hollywood famous, and he wanted to be involved in God and all this other stuff. So he's slowly realizing his dream right now.
Yeah, he was also in a band too, which when I found that out that he was, and of course, take a wild guess what part in the band he was.
Lead singer, guitarist?
Lead singer, lead guitarist. Yep. What else would he be other than lead singer, lead guitarist in a band? So,
well, he's not going to be the bassist.
Nobody remembers the bassist.
Primus is the only example. Fuck you! I'm playing lead bass. Sad but true.
It is.
So
nobody wants to.
Nobody wants to be the bassist. I remember as a kid, my brother's one of my brothers is super awesome at guitar. And I wanted him to start teaching me. He goes, well, I got a bass guitar you can practice with. I was like, I don't want to play bass. Nobody wants to play the bass because nobody cares about the bass guitars.
Nobody likes Peter.
Well, you're not going to do a bass solo and woo all the chicks.
Nope.
You know who would have wanted to play bass?
Imagine all the chicks looking at me when I go boom, boom, you're like, what the fuck is he doing? You can't
have Tenacious D without Jack Black. Kyle Gass doesn't work. You got to have Jack Black too. So it is.
All right. God damn it, where were we?
But shortly, let me finish up here the Wikipedia entry. Shortly,
let's get back
after Roden's commitment. This is when Howell raised enough money to pay off all the back taxes on the Mount Carmel owned by Roden, and he took legal control of the property. So now this is his compound. He's sliding into power officially at this point. So after those proceedings, it's noted in an interview by the Davidians' attorney, Douglas Martin, that the religious group had been back and forth to the court since 1955. So this is something they've been doing this for a while. It's not like they've been in good standing amongst the community. They've kind of been battling for their rights for a long time, and obviously an internal power struggle, especially now. So on August 5th, 1989, Howell released the New Light audio tape in which he says that God told him to procreate with the women in the group to establish a house of David of his special people. This involves separating the married couples individually. They have to agree that only he could have sexual relations with the wives, while the men should definitely not do anything. They have to be celibate.
Men had to be celibate and no masturbation.
Yeah. Right. Of course not. No, only David at this point.
This is one persuasive motherfucker.
Wow.
He's using his powers for evil, but he's talking men into being celibate and for marriage,
letting him bang their wives
for his benefit. Like I said,
sorry guys, I'm the Messiah. I'll jump on that grenade.
What combination of words did he put together to I am curious. That's what the fuck?
You don't need that power.
No human being needs that power. That's
right.
We saw what happened. It didn't end well.
No.
Yeah. So this is when he starts to assemble an army, because God has told him that the end of days is coming and there will be salvation for your followers. So you need to have an army. So I assume this is when the stockpiling of weapons really, I know they were enthusiasts before this, but
so
I'm pretty sure this is when the arsenal really started getting amped up at this point.
So this is the early 90s, right? So you think about the time frame. AR-15s became very expensive in a very short amount of time, and he had purchased I can't remember, but what it was, there was like a local like army supply company thing or whatever that went belly up, and he bought all of their supply, all their fatigues, all their bullets, all their guns, everything they had. He bought it all up super cheap, and then ARs skyrocketed, went through the roof, and now he could make money. He had 100 people living at his compound. Like, he's got to feed these people. They're not working. They don't have incomes. Like, they live there and they just work together, but they still need to buy supplies and buy food and shit. So yeah, the gun deal, he saw the money in it. I really think he made that one purchase and went, holy shit, I just made bank. I can make a lot of money off of this.
Yep. So
And
at
I'm
this
assuming
point,
the ATF ran a touch afoul of this massive amount of stockpiling.
Yeah. At first, yes. They were the local
and then
government
later,
was
even more yes.
Yes. They were it was suspicious, of course, but the big tipping point was they allegedly ordered hollowed out hand grenades. And the UPS driver goes to lift the crate and the lid popped off, and he just sees a crate full of hand grenades and goes, oh shit, and calls the police. ATF starts getting involved, and they begin investigating, produce an affidavit, and they're surveillancing at this point to see suspected of doing converting ARs into fully automatic rifles. They were suspected of all kinds of. There was like
not the only time
shipments
not
coming
the only
in.
time a mail carrier gets involved in this story.
Right? Yeah.
Oh boy, there's more.
Yeah, mail carrier. Yeah, a different one comes back to.
Yeah.
Oh
weird.
Shit. Yeah.
Fucking lightning strikes twice, huh?
Uh-huh.
So he
something about
legally
being a
changes his
postal
name.
order in Texas.
Well,
Yeah.
when you've got a
Weird.
when you got like a religious compound out in the middle of nowhere, that's
buying grenades.
That's gonna get some from folk.
But they're Branch Davidians. They're like the Seventh Advent. Yeah, they take Saturdays off instead of Sundays.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, all of that sounds
Yeah,
like,
that's all.
oh no, they're about to start shaving their heads, aren't they? Well, yeah.
Side note: I don't want to bitch about religions, but I will tell a funny anecdotal story. The first time I heard about the Seventh Advent Church or whatever, I literally thought it was just like a new church that started up just so they could take Saturdays off of work, because I had somebody that just was like, I have to have every Saturday off for church. I'm like, who the fuck goes to church on Saturday? I'd never heard of this religion. I didn't know anything about it. So like, I was totally ignorant to everything, but I seriously thought the person that was working for me made up a religion to where they had to take Saturdays off. I'm like, this is fucking bullshit. You need to work Saturdays, but no.
And how can I convert?
Yeah, now I'm like, can I join?
Seventh
I'm your new Messiah.
Yeah. All right. So
and pause for edit.
finishing up the finishing up the background. This is when he changes his name to David Koresh, and unfortunately, all that this says is he changed his name to David Koresh for publicity and business purposes. I would really like some more insight into why that name was chosen.
Yeah, they were religious names. I'm trying to remember. Obviously,
David is the house of David.
House of David. Koresh
Jesus is of the house of David. So that's why he chose that name, because Jesus Christ is one of the ways that he was to be shown to be actually a legitimate prophet is he would be of the house of David. So that's most likely why David Koresh chose it. Now, Koresh, I think, is a mountain in Israel somewhere, but I could be wrong on that.
Pulled it up, and Koresh is Hebrew, and it's a name corresponding to the anglicized name Cyrus, commonly referring to Cyrus the Great. It can also mean son in Old Persian. It can also refer to the following people: Cyrus Teed, called Koresh, a 19th century spiritualist. So that makes perfect sense. He thought this one out very, very
like Jesus the Great. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. So this is, at this point, they've got their stockpiling. They own their land, and many of the group members, they've been involved with the Davidians for a few generations. They've got their large families. All these people are very invested in this. Most of the buildings are being removed and salvaged for construction materials. They convert the main chapel and the tall water tank into apartments for some residents. It's growing at this point. So Koresh has risen to power. He's risen to fame. He's starting to set new guidelines, and yeah, people are starting to take notice, I guess, at this point. And that ends the background portion of the Wikipedia entry, and next portion would be the prelude. Anything we need to jump on before we do that?
No, I think we kind of added the prelude into the background story. I think we got through most of that. I think we've gotten to the point where ATF's investigating David Koresh. They think he has illegal weapons. They want to come arrest him, in which leads to the next part, which is the raid.
Right.
Showtime was the code name, by the way.
A lot of this in the prelude, like you can look this up for yourself. This gets really in depth into. I don't want to call it a smear campaign. I don't want to call it pulling the curtain back to expose somebody, but it gets dark. It starts talking about some very dark stuff happening within the compound, some very dark things that Koresh was allegedly doing to certain members or having them do for him. Like it gets really
there were
deep
things
and dark.
Some things were confirmed. I mean, he wanted to have the 21 kids and make the house of David. He did marry a 14-year-old girl and have a daughter with her, which is statutory rape in the state of in most states.
In all states.
But like his whole compound was set up to where all the women were his wives. Like that's literally what the religious rules and laws were.
Basically
which comes,
taking the nun concept. You're married to Jesus.
Yep, exactly. And he was,
Yeah. And now, in addition to the allegations of abuse and misconduct, Koresh's followers suspected of stockpiling illegal weapons. We touched on that. So now this is when Sheriff's Department called the ATF. Hey, this is when the UPS guy notices the grenades. Maybe we need to check into this a little bit. So June, the ATF opens up an investigation. Week later, it's classified as sensitive, thereby calling for a high degree of oversight. So that's from both Houston and headquarters. So this is when they start. Like, I don't know if this is when society really started looking at them in terms of newsworthy people doing something a little wacky out there, because you're seeing documentaries start to spring up according to this. And I don't really remember any, like you said, we were all kids at this time, but I don't remember anything about this until
there was a specific news article that the ATF was trying to stop local papers from releasing, because Koresh called himself the sinful Messiah. And they were going to release a Waco Tribune Herald article describing like what's going on out there. And the ATF knew as soon as the story broke, they would get worried, suspicious of police activity. And so they were like, don't break the story. Don't break the story. And they gave him like, it went on for like 3 weeks. And then they were finally like, fuck it, we're releasing the story. And the FBI hadn't had their raid fully planned out yet. And so they were super worried that as soon as the story broke and people found out what was going on there and what the claims were, that they would arm up and they would they'd be waiting at the gates for anybody that came to serve a warrant or even come talk to them. They were really afraid of their reaction to it because they were kind of quiet for the most part. Everybody kind of knew them, but like the allegations and claims were more rumors at the time. And this was going to be a publication news source going to say that, yes, David slept with a 14-year-old and had a child. Like there was going to be all this stuff in there. And it really made them look like a cult leader. And they were like, if you print this, they're going to fight us tooth and nail when we try to go in. Please don't do this.
Yep. Now, real quick, let me finish. Oh, sorry. Do you got something, Phil?
No, I'm just like, oh god. Here we go.
Phil's just
Yeah,
making his.
somebody's sitting there with a big old thing of gasoline, just chucking it on the fire.
Yeah,
going,
exactly.
Here we go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Here we go.
This
And
is just
we're
this
like,
is
we're
me
on
in high school poking
the
the spray
roller
paint can on the
coaster.
fire with a stick.
Yep.
Like right now, we're on the roller coaster, and we're just starting to get up to the top of the hill.
Yeah.
And here in a couple of paragraphs, we're about to go, whoa! Because yeah, this is about to get fuckered up, folks. So Tony, take it away.
I'll finish off here on the prelude. This is real quick. Sheriff told the reporters regarding law enforcement talking with Koresh, just go out and talk to him. What's wrong with notify him? So the ATF began the surveillance from across the road from the compound months before the siege. Now, this is, I believe, when they started sending in undercover agent Robert Rodriguezson, whose identity, I don't know, Koresh, this says that he did learn it, but he didn't reveal that until the day of the raid. So regardless of that, this is when they're sending undercover agents in to get intel from inside. The ATF obtains a search warrant on suspicion Davidians are modifying guns to have legal automatic fire capabilities, claiming M16 and lower receiver parts. So this is the justification. Exactly. This is alleged at this point. They're getting the search warrant. They're trying to find reasons to get in there and take care of this and take this whole thing down. So, and like you said, this was just a couple years after Ruby Ridge. So the
Branch Davidians were on edge because they felt themselves in that same group of people that just want to be left alone and not be bothered by the government and live to their own religion. Like they really thought that way.
They see a scenario like that on a smaller scale, and it's not like they're stupid people. You've got Harvard graduates in this compound, for God's sake. So it's not like they're dumb by any means, but they're looking at this situation like, hey, we're a larger group of people. We know what they did. We know what they're capable of. That could happen to us and be a lot worse. Spoiler alert. But yeah, so of course they're going to be on edge at this point. But of course, the ATF and the FBI, they're all trying to save face and, okay, let's do this right this time. Well, there's too many cooks in the kitchen on that deal. The next chapter here is the Aguilera affidavit. Do you want to just gloss over that real quick?
I think we already did. That was the evidence of the grenades. There was possibly 50 caliber machine guns, the supposed M16s, which turned out to just be AR-15s. Common mistake back then with uneducated gun owners.
Back then, I think that's still current.
Yeah, that's still current. But yeah, there was noise complaints, gunshot complaints, and stuff like that. There's enough suspicion to cause them to get some paperwork filed and get an affidavit.
Yeah, November of '92, local farmer reports to the sheriff he's hearing machine gun fire. By the sound of it, it was likely a 50 caliber machine gun and multiple M16s, the farmer claims. So based off of that claim alone,
I'm just picturing a couple of farmers I know that don't know shit about guns. There's a few of them out there. I know everybody thinks every farmer's a gun expert. They're not. Not all of them are. Some of them, I'm not going to say they're Joe Biden gun experts, but they're not that bad.
Well, you're talking about FUDs. That's a
yes.
topic for another
I'm
day.
pretty sure this was a
that
FUD.
Sounds like, but again, just 3 or 4 folks just firing off their SKSs all next to each other. That's
can sound like machine gun.
Oh, that's gonna sound like somebody's warring over the hills. Like
just for comparison's sake, the year I won this squirrel title right here, we got the cops called on us. My dad and I did for firing off shotguns in town, even though we weren't in town and we were using airsoft rifles. So, easy to make these kinds of mistakes if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah. If either of you ever hung out at the cabin at my old man's old cabin out by the river, it was like a war zone out there every weekend. So like, that's all you heard was gunshots for hours. Just anyway.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. That could
was
be
a
a
good
compound. Time. Hell, you had a
it was kind of
water
a
right there. Yeah,
a source of water was completely cut off. Anyway,
so yet another misunderstanding is now leading to. Now, granted, I don't get me wrong. Like, I sympathize with all of the people that lost their lives in this, but I do find, like, just personally from my interpretation, I've always found David Koresh very much at fault for this.
Yeah.
Like he's like
Agreed.
he was the central stubbornness that refused to move, that, and he was using these people as a shield, which is not good. And so that's like so I have nothing but sympathy for these folks, because they're being like, because in the last few days I've been watching a lot of documentaries about North Korea, and so they've only been having one version of reality fed to them, and that's David's version, and so they are going to believe it, and they are going to follow him to the very pits of hell if they have to. And so that's the unfortunate impasse we find ourselves in. Now, gentlemen, the rest of the story.
So this is we're starting on the ATF raid at this point. This is the preparation stage, and using the Aguilera affidavit, the ATF obtains the search and arrest warrants for Koresh and some of his specific followers on the weapons charges. But not just that. This is during the height of we're starting the war on drugs, right? So we're going to start claiming that there might be a methamphetamine lab to really bring this all home and justify all this. So I don't think there was ever any evidence whatsoever of any kind of drugs. I could be wrong on this. Am I incorrect? But this was just kind of a throwing shit at the wall and watching it stick.
Yeah, I don't think there was any drugs
as
far as I remember.
No, that was actually one of the prerequisites to being allowed to live in the compound, was no drugs. So, but that's as far as I know. That's
right.
In retrospect and talking to people that were there, that was one of the big deals, was like no drugs. Now, granted, when you got a group like this and you're already pushing the boundaries this far, it might be good to just not poke that bear while you're at it. So
yeah, I'm looking at some of the justifications on this, and they've got several bullet points. Recent delivery to the compound.
We said guns a couple of times, folks.
Well, yeah, we'll drink on that. One of the reasons: recent delivery to the compound of chemicals, instruments, and glassware. Written testimony from former compound resident alleging Howell had told him that drug trafficking was a desirable way to raise money. Several current residents who had prior drug involvement. Well, big shocker there. 2 former residents were incarcerated for drug trafficking crimes, and National Guard overflights. Thermal images showing a hot spot inside the compound, possibly indicating a methamphetamine laboratory.
So all this sounds like circumstantial bullshit to try to get anything you can.
I'm a monkey. I'm throwing shit at the wall.
Yeah.
And none of it's sticking, but it doesn't matter. This
is what federal agencies are so good at doing, is just going, well, there's a hot spot in the house. I don't know what it is. It's probably a meth lab.
It's probably drugs.
Grow house, probably Martians. Either way, we need to just go in there and just kind of poke around for a while.
We just need to go in there and shoot some people. Yes.
So this is the desperate stink of Ruby Ridge showing through here. We're desperate to make a big bust and do it the right way and look like heroes again. It doesn't turn out that way if anybody's familiar with this, but they're trying their damnedest to make a big fucking stink over nothing, just so they can be the heroes. So the ATF plans their raid for March 1st, 1993 with the codename Showtime, as Chicken mentioned. They later claimed the raid was moved up a day to February 28th in response to the Waco Tribune Herald's The Sinful Messiah series of articles, which the ATF had tried to prevent from being published. Just gloss over some of this. We'll get down to the bottom here. And although the ATF preferred to arrest Koresh when he was outside Mount Carmel, planners received inaccurate information that Koresh rarely left it. No shit.
The reason they wanted to do it when they were going to do it, there was specific times of the day and days of the week they would do construction outside and maintenance on buildings and stuff, and that's when you would see Koresh and a lot of the leaders actually outside monitoring and there would be no guards or anybody with weapons, and it was the most vulnerable time. So they had planned this very meticulously, and the whole point was they had to have the element of surprise. They did not want anybody to know they were coming. They were actually gonna. They got old diesel trucks, loaded them up with cattle trailers, and they were gonna load them up with ATF agents.
Yep.
And they were going to pull up and just pretend that they were a local farmer coming to talk to them or try to sell them something. And that was the plan, to where nobody would know. But I know you're going to get back into the timeline here, but here's just like the craziest weird shit that happens is a nurse got word that, hey, there's gonna be some activity at Mount whatever it was called, and the nurse's husband or boyfriend was actually a Branch Davidian and was able, or no, he was a he was a reporter. That's right. Sorry. Anyway, so the reporter was banging this nurse. The nurse heard that all EMT staff needed to be ready to be dispatched out to the camp. And then so the reporter's like, well, shit, we got a lead story here. We need to be there. So they took 2 separate vans out. And this is where the male guy comes back in, because one of the male guys, one of the cameramen, find their way to the camp. The other one gets lost. Asks the mail carrier, hey, I'm trying to get to this camp. There's supposed to be a raid and I need to capture it on film. Turns out he is brothers or something with one of the head guys in this whole church organization. So he tips him off, lets him know, hey, ATF's coming, and the match was lit.
So this is February 28th, and the ATF attempts to execute their search warrant on Sunday morning, February 28th, 1993. Local sheriff and audio tapes broadcast after the incident said he was not apprised of the raid. Despite being informed that the Branch Davidians knew a raid was coming, the ATF commander ordered that it go ahead. What the fuck are you thinking?
That's where the pause has to come, because every documentary I've seen from the side of the ATF, when they were the one dude that helped build the whole investigation, he wasn't the one that said to keep going.
Yeah.
But he was the one going, guys, no, we have to have the element of surprise. Yeah. We can't, if we don't have an element of surprise, we should not be doing this. We have to call it off. And they're like, nope, fuck it, we're going. We got word from Washington, apparently, that this was going to happen, and they were going regardless, even though they'd been tipped off. They actually started writing, knowing full well that this could get very deadly and violent. They actually wrote their blood types on their arms for faster blood transfusions prior to them arriving. They knew what they were getting into at that point, because they lost element of surprise.
That's just cryptic.
They were there to pick a fight.
I didn't see that originally in some of the research I did. I'd forgotten about that specific little detail. It's just, you've lost the element of surprise, and now you're preparing for your own bloodbath, and you're still going ahead with it. How many red flags do you need? They're just popping up tenfold, and we're still just gonna fuck it, YOLO. Well, no, just let's maybe
after what you've seen happen, after what happened at Ruby Ridge, you're still gonna do this.
Yeah. I can't believe anybody thought this was a good idea.
Well, honestly, guys, think about the way that high-level law enforcement would think. So hang on, just go with me here. So first, all right, we tried to go quiet. The element of surprise didn't quite work out. Well, we're the fucking ATF. If quiet ain't going to be the game, we're going to come in big and loud. And guys, I think this is where you guys come back in.
All right. So as Chicken alluded to, the cover's blown because of a random chance of events. The mail carrier gets tipped off from the news reporter that gets lost. Hey, we're going to film this raid. Which, why the fuck are they even bringing that up to the mail carrier anyway? It just seems like weird small talk to divulge to a random passerby mail truck. But I digress. Reporters
aren't very smart.
I'll give you that. Yeah. So all the
Waka waka.
advantages of surprise are completely lost. This is KWTX TV reporter who tipped off the mail carrier. Mail carrier was coincidentally Koresh's brother-in-law, which, what the fuck does that even mean? He's married to
Great.
everybody.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So
which girl? Which one? Which wife? Like,
yeah, that doesn't mean much.
Yes.
It's a very
Yes.
loose terminology there. Yeah.
Yes.
So Koresh tells the undercover ATF agent, Robert Rodriguez, they know the raid is coming. They're prepared for it. Rodriguez had been infiltrated for a while now, and he's blown away that the cover's been blown. So he makes an excuse. He leaves the compound, and
Actually, there's his actual report. I watched a documentary yesterday. He said Koresh actually confronted him
okay,
and that he knew he was an informant. He didn't know he was an ATF agent, but he knew he was an informant.
and he lets him leave.
Well, he's like, oh, shit, they're gonna kill me because they all had guns. They're all standing around him.
Yeah,
And Koresh said, "Love you, brother. Good luck." Told him to leave.
which you got to try to wrap your head around that situation. Why would he do that if he knows the raid is coming?
Because
this guy is
his
involved in the
followers
tipping
were
off.
his followers were watching. That's why.
See, and that's just it.
Jesus wouldn't gun that guy down.
But David Koresh is a guy who makes his followers sit through almost 24-hour long sermons. Like, this guy's got a unique form of punishment and implementing his teachings into his followers.
Are you saying church is a punishment?
I'm saying 19-hour long sermons are absolutely a punishment. Locking followers in rooms that resemble jail cells and feeding you jail ration food is a very strict form of punishment. So yes, this is a guy who didn't really show a lot of mercy to a lot of his followers, especially with some of the other darker allegations. So the fact he let Rodriguez leave, it's just such a strange turn of events right at the peak of this boiling over. So I wish I could wrap my head around it, but it seems too perfect that he got allowance to leave after it's confronted. You're an informant. I know you are, and he's God be with you. Bye now. And it just blows my mind. That's just one of those linchpins to make this all perfect.
If you're trying to sell yourself as Jesus, you got to be, Jesus kissed Judas when he knew that he betrayed him, like yada yada yada. And
it builds his story. It keeps his followers intrigued that he is who he says he is. Yes.
And I'm sure all the 75 to 80 people that died are really thankful for that.
82 in total.
Yeah, there you go. So Rodriguez says, what were they doing when you left? He said they were praying. They knew that this was coming, so they're praying. Women and children are told to take cover in their rooms. Koresh told him he'd try to speak to the agents, and what happened next would be on the agents' intentions. So the ATF shows up with their convoys, the pickups, and the cattle trailers with the agents inside. God,
hold on, this thing got botched from the get-go because the original plan for this, they were gonna have like 2 helicopters like fly in and like circle the compound to distract everybody, while the agents snuck in and grabbed Koresh and some of the high-level leaders. Well, yeah, the helicopters showed up, but they showed up late by like 5 minutes. So by the time the helicopter showed up, shit already hit the fan.
Yeah, they already knew that they're coming. They show up late, so at this point, distraction isn't really key anymore. At this point, it's more of a flex than anything else, and it's not really.
Intimidation.
Did they start shooting at the helicopters before Koresh came out the front door?
No. So when they arrive at the front door, that's when the truck showed up. Koresh opens up the front door, sees that it's agents, and they're saying, "Hey, everybody, put your guns down." Nobody's ever been able to confirm who shot first. Both sides say the other shot first. Either way, somebody opened fire.
Yeah, if you remember the Ruby Ridge episode we did just a couple of weeks ago, why is it always somebody innocently just shooting at a dog that starts the bloodshed? I'm starting to see a trend here, which is very, very saddening. But yes, obviously the Branch Davidians are like, hey, no, they shot at us first. We returned fire. The ATF is like, no, 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 we were just climbing a ladder and I accidentally a discharge of a pistol. That's why it sounds like it came from within the compound. That's why maybe they got confused, but it was an accidental discharge as we were climbing up onto the roof. So, of course, the ATF's not going to take any blame in this instance because they've got plenty of blame to take later on. Go ahead, Chicken.
Yeah. So the gates are open. There's the confrontation. Shots get fired. They close the gates, and pretty much the Branch Davidians and the ATF get into a shootout, and not just a normal shootout. Like most people, you're like, oh no, they're having a shootout. You know, it's like bang bang, bang bang, pew pew. No, this goes on for over 2 hours. 1.3 million shell casings were found at the scene after all this was done.
Wow. Well, but before we go any further with that, within a couple of minutes,
Most of
the
this was
raids-
done in that 2 hours, though.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. Yes.
Like it's crazy.
So within a minute of the raid's beginning, David, the Davidian Wayne Martin calls emergency services, and he's pleading for a ceasefire at this point. And there are actual audio tapes of him saying, "Here they come again," and that's not us shooting; that's them shooting. So
Yeah. Right
that
away,
just
there was
helps
the 911
conflict.
call. Yeah, there was a 911 call right away from one of Koresh's head guys. Was like, "There's women and children in here. You need to back off. You need to call your guys off." And they
Where if we
didn't.
heard that before?
They did not back off. There was several 911 calls. The actual 911 operator, he's on several documentaries saying, I was trying to establish communication. Branch Davidians were reaching out, asking for a ceasefire, and I could not get a hold of the ATF. They would not respond to me. But the ATF, like when you talk to some of the people that survived the whole thing, like they're fucked. They're all fucked up over this whole thing because they know it was wrong. They know this shouldn't have happened. And they're like, we were in way over our heads. We had no idea how bad of a situation this was going to be, and we didn't know that it was going to turn out this way. But I'm like, well,
You kind of did.
you're suspecting this guy of being a gun dealer. You're suspecting him of having grenades. You're suspecting him of having automatic rifles.
All the
Like-
allegations they threw down, and they thought this was going to be peaceful. Bullshit.
Right. Like, I'm like, what the fuck did you think you were getting into? And you lost the element of surprise? Like, I don't understand where, like, I get in hindsight, they can all be like, we didn't think it was going to be that bad. Like, I was only 20. Like, oh, okay. Like,
Yeah.
that's not an excuse. Like, that's just poor judgment.
Yeah. So I'm going to gloss over this Wikipedia paragraph here. First ATF casualty was an agent, makes it to the west side of the building before he was wounded. Agents quickly take cover and are fired at the buildings while helicopters begin their diversion. Obviously, like I said, late. They sweep in low over the complex, about 350 feet. The Davidians fire on the helicopters and hit them, although none of the crew members were injured. In response, helicopter pilots choose to pull away from the compound and land. On the east side of the compound, agents brought out 2 ladders and set them against the side of the building so they can climb onto the roof to secure it to reach Koresh's room and the location where they were hoping the weapons would be stored. So on the west slope of the roof, 3 agents reach Koresh's window and are crouching beside it, and now they're being fired on. One of the agents gets killed, another one's wounded. Third agent clambered over the peak of the roof, joins the other agents attempting to enter the armory. Window was smashed, flashbang was thrown in, 3 agents entered the armory. When another tried to follow him, bullets start penetrating the wall, wounds him, but he's able to reach a ladder and slide down to safety. Another agent fires a shotgun at the Branch Davidians until he's hit in the head by return fire and he's killed. Inside the armory, agents kill the Branch Davidian, discover a cache of weapons, but subsequently came under heavy fire. 2 more wounded. As they escaped, a third agent laid down covering fire, killing another Davidian. As he makes his escape, he hits his head on a wooden support beam and fell off the roof, but he survives. Agent outside provides them with covering fire, but shot by a branch Davidian, killed instantly. Dozens of agents took cover, many Davidians behind the vehicles, exchanged fire with more of the Davidians. Number ATF wounded increased. Agent killed by gunfire from the compound as agents were firing at the Davidians perched on top of the water tower. The exchange fire continued, but about 45 minutes into the raid, the gunfire began to slow down as agents began to run low on ammunition. The shooting continues for a total of 2 hours. Now that blows my mind. They had this plan in place. We understand they botched it. They fumbled a bunch of the details, and they're running out of ammunition before this compound of people whose supply chain is officially now cut the fuck off. Yeah, the ATF is starting to run out of ammunition, but the Branch Davidians, they're doing just fine in terms of ammo.
Yep. ATF did not agree. They didn't agree till ceasefire until they were almost out of ammo and resources.
Weird. God, it's almost like, oh shit. Not only did we lose the element of surprise, but yeah, we ain't got no muscle no more. Okay, let's talk. You know what? We've thought about it. You're right. Let's just talk this out now. Give me a fucking break.
Now that people have died after an hours-long gunfight, let's just talk this out.
Yeah.
Which, boy, like now, granted, again, like even me, like a Second Amendment lover myself, is like, boy, if they've amassed enough ammo to actually outgun a federal agency, I can't imagine why the ATF was wanting to poke around there a bit. Like, makes one wonder. But
you think about that, and you're like, okay, now I can kind of understand. Some of the people that lived through this were, teenagers or early adults that watched this unfold on the news, and you kind of start to understand why that age group is a little bit more keen on the idea of that old gun control thing. It makes a little bit more sense now when you think about it.
Well, now, granted, don't get me wrong. Second Amendment, folks get together and well-regulated militia and such, but
Here.
Here. But these were some folks that, this got violent quick, and wow, like when you tell me that the ATF ran out of ammo, it's like, now granted, you never really anticipate an hours-long, million-plus round firefight, because in wartime, this is actually, now I'm sure folks, let me know in the comments, but as far as I know, the most magazines discharged by a single isolated soldier in wartime was in the Vietnam War, where one soldier discharged 5 full 30-round magazines. And that's in wartime. So it sounds like these guys had to go through way more than even, like, I could only... Because think about it, you only really normally rock about 5 loaded magazines, because that's as much as you could really need for anything. And
when Phil told me that story, that's why now I have 6 magazines for every rifle I have now.
Yes, but it's just one isolated soldier, and he ended up getting back to his base alive. He just had to discharge 5 magazines worth of ammo to get there. So
I have 6.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm getting the name right. If somebody watching wants to correct me, I believe it was retired FBI agent, now Byron Sage. I think he was the one who was he fought in Vietnam. I believe that's who Byron Sage was. Now he went to Vietnam, and I believe he was one of the I'd say critically injured, one of the ATF agents who was injured during this gunfire. He said during a documentary, I stopped having Vietnam flashbacks because I started having Waco flashbacks. So yeah, you can kind of imagine what it would take to get over those Vietnam flashbacks, and how
was that the dude that was like pinned down for hours in the little like bus underground?
No, that was I think he was one that was up on the roof. No,
I think it was the same guy. No,
there was two that were on separate ends of the compound.
There was the dude that was on the roof had to like jump off and then had to run and hide. I think
that
that was
were in the
same dude.
bus that was kind of buried in the ground.
Yeah.
See, regardless, you have to imagine the level of traumatic stress to eradicate Vietnam flashbacks.
Right. But
you're fighting civilians.
It's important what you just said there, though, is the ATF agents are having this fear of the Branch Davidians. Yeah. The Branch Davidians have the fear of the ATF. They have a godly fear. They think this is the rapture. They think this is the end of days. Mm-hmm. They think this is the devil coming to kill them. They actually believe that. And then the ATF agents are going, holy shit, these guys are going to die for anything. And they're willing to kill me.
It's a
for
job
anything.
For the ATF. This is a life for the Branch Davidians.
It is. ATF, it's a weird situation. They're all scared of each other.
Like Chicken said, Chicken said the ATF was scared of the Branch Davidians because the firepower they're receiving. The Branch Davidians had only the fear of God in them. And that was it. And that's what I mean about persuasion. Is like even in Sun Tzu's Art of War, he talks about you must be able to persuade your troops as to how useless it is to try to preserve their own life. And that is first and foremost in the Art of War. And so David Koresh had perfectly mobilized his troops.
Yep, willing to lay down their life for what he told them to believe.
Yes, and so guys, so did everything so did cooler heads prevail in this? Or
let's go with that. Eventually a ceasefire is reached and the Davidians allow the ATF dead and wounded to be evacuated, and that's when the one I believe that you were referencing was taking shelter like under a submerged bus on the compound. 2 agents start making their way up to retrieve him. They know he's injured, like he's doing really, really bad. It's a good thing they got there when they did. But you've also got a couple of Branch Davidians armed with very heavy machinery who have not been informed that there's been a ceasefire. And now they're tasked with keep treading on. Hey, ceasefire's been called. We're just going in to get our injured agent. And they didn't stop. To their credit, they go in, they get him with these weapons, and they had the drop on the agents. So they've got guns in their faces, and these two or three guys don't even know that the ceasefire has been called. But they get their guy in, they get him out. So kudos to those 2 agents for standing in the face of death and getting their fellow agent out. That takes some real fucking balls right there.
I was just about to say that's machismo balls. Like it's like, hey, we're just here to get the wounded, man. Come on. This isn't like military on military where there's actually Geneva Conventions that cover this. This is a government agent talking to a civilian. So again, this is a moment where your pure persuasion skills are very much the difference between life and death, folks.
Yep. So the 5 Branch Davidians killed in the raid are Winston Blake, Peter Gent, Peter Hemsman, Perry Jones, and Jadian Wendell. 2 were killed at the hands of the Branch Davidians after having been wounded. Bodies are buried in the grounds. Nearly 6 hours after the 11:30 a.m. ceasefire, Michael Schrodner was shot dead by ATF agents who alleged he fired a pistol at agents as he attempted to re-enter the compound with Woodrow Kendrick and Norman Allison. Reports stating the Davidians did not ambush the ATF, and they apparently did not maximize the kill of the ATF agents, explaining that they were rather desperate religious fanatics expecting an apocalyptic ending in which they are destined to die defending their sacred ground. So
foreshadowing.
More word salad justifications there. The report notes this before we go on to the FBI siege. Violent tendencies of the dangerous
That's the
cults.
best part.
This part, the report?
No, the FBI part.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so 99 federal report notes the violent tendencies of dangerous cults can be classified into 2 general categories. defensive violence and offensive violence. Defensive violence is utilized by cults to defend a compound or enclave that was created specifically to eliminate most contact with the dominant culture. The 1993 clash in Waco, Texas, at the Branch Davidian complex is an illustration of such defensive violence. History was shown that groups seek to withdraw from the dominant culture seldom act on their beliefs that the end time has come unless provoked. So, yeah, fear of God. But it's just a weird way to word this as a justification. I understand the reason for legal jargon, but when you look at this as a whole and you see the federal government agency bumbling this as bad as they have up until this point, regardless of how crazy you think supposed religious cult members are, you have to look at this as a whole and go, wow, we're really going to let them word that like that and just fucking get away with it, aren't we? Yeah. Kudos to you.
Yeah, it's kind of odd to think that federal agents fired upon civilians, no matter the crime. There was the crimes were possession of alleged firearms and shit like that. There were other allegations aside, but were not proven or substantiated at the time. That came later. But I'm like, the federal government just fired upon civilians for 2 hours straight with no clear evidence or justification. It was pretty much, yeah, like, okay, sure, they knew they had some guns that they shouldn't have owned. Does that justify shooting at them for 2 hours with women and children inside?
No. Just no. Just no.
And just when you're like, oh my God, my government sucks. The federal agents at the ATF suck. Here comes the FBI.
Okay. So the FBI's here, so it's all gonna be better now, right? Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't know if that was a brilliant laugh track or just so poor in taste, but either way, that was spot on.
No, that's
wow.
That
was stellar.
It's like, oh, okay, well, so the FBI,
so
the F
Phil
stands for fabulous, right?
I got some questions for you. If you were to take on a cult leader and have to talk him down to release the people under his control, how would you go about it? Would you be like aggressive with force, or would you what type of tactics would you use to free people?
First rule of hostage negotiation: you never say the word no to the hostage taker. That is the first thing. You find every creative way to say, I don't know if we can get there. We'll see what we can do about that. I'm doing my best that I can. We're doing the best we can at this moment. You do not ever say no to the hostage takers. Like, all right, this has gotten pretty intense. All right, Maggie's farm's down the road. Everything's fine. Why don't you just let the women and children go down to Maggie's farm? Or, take your pick. Everything will just be fine, and we're going to talk this out. All right? Once we get down to the courthouse, everything, we're just going to talk it out. We're going to figure this out, okay? I know. I'm just doing my job. I'm not the guy that even started all this shit. I'm the guy that's going to try and help you get out of it. And so, yeah, that's how I would actually approach it.
Beautiful. Love it. I don't disagree. It's all about trust. You have to gain trust to be able to persuade. You can't persuade people without having trust. That's a key. Whether it's a real trust or not, that's to be debated later. But you have to establish some form of trust and some common ground to work with. So they send negotiators in.
Oh boy.
And the negotiators are getting some ground, and like David Koresh is like, hey, I want to like do this, and this, and I want to broadcast my end of days symphony that I'm going to write. Phil, I'll let you touch on that as we get on a little bit further, but But while like he's explaining what he wants to do, and they're like, "Yeah, we can do this. Yeah, we can do that." What does the FBI do as soon as the negotiators leave? They put sirens and noise and weird sounds.
Yeah, they started blaring Panama through the loudspeakers to drive them insane.
No, they did worse than that. There were so many weird things that they had played on
They
there.
played Jump.
Did they? Probably.
I mean, that's worse than Panama.
They did Boots Are Made for Walking.
Oh wow!
Which, if any of you know my brother's ex-wife singing,
oh
it,
my
you understand
God.
how much
Okay,
I hate that song.
I would have been
Yeah.
out after the first chorus. If that
Now,
was
if
what
I
happened.
may, the one thing that David Koresh was wanting was, and I like this was like a brilliant stall tactic. I have to give. It's like, well, once I write my 7 seals, then I'll turn myself in. And so they like had these big like sheets that they put. First seal is done. Third seal is done. And I remember when I was a kid, I even saw like a blanket coming out. The 5th seal has been written. And then, all right, there's only 2 more seals. Well, it's getting a little cloudy, huh? I'm going to need at least another 3 to 7 months to get these last couple seals written. Is that so? Yeah, the seals at first they were willing to let it, but once they started to realize this is a stall tactic, it was not being used as much. But I still think, like, whenever, even talking about leading up to this, I was making some jokes about, like, well, we could record tonight, but we've got to write a few more seals, and so we'll probably get this podcast recorded in maybe like 2 to 9 weeks, and then we'll take it from there. All right, and so, but yeah, so when I saw that, I was, even as a kid, I was like, wow, that's a really good stall tactic. They bought that.
Mm-hmm. Yep, they did.
You
They did
buy
for
it when
quite
you
a
don't have
while.
choice. You don't have a choice, so you got to buy what's for sale regardless of whether or not you wanted to buy it. You're at the market. You're stuck at the market. You're not getting out unless you buy something, and this is what he's selling. Okay, I'll entertain this for as long as I fucking can, or as long as they let me.
I'm just imagining that sales pitch. I was like, and then I'll surrender myself when I have written my 7 seals. Holy shit, they're writing it down. Really? Like that. Like,
Oh
that,
no! Like the holy
even
shit
he
moment.
would have to start believing his own bullshit a little bit
Yeah.
at that point.
He recorded a sermon, and they actually played it on national radio. That was like the first big given. They're like, you do this, and then you surrender. And he's like, yeah, sure. I'll record my sermon. You don't edit anything out, and you play it live. Like, there was dispute whether it'd be live or pre-recorded, whatever. But they finally play. They fucking play it, and that's exactly what he did. What Phil just talked about. He was like, I gotta write the 7 seals because I'm the only one. I'm the voice of Jesus. I'm the only one that knows how to interpret the 7 seals, and that's the only thing that can save us from Armageddon. Yeah, this dude just went into a zone.
Knowing how this ends, and knowing to the lengths that they went to give him what he wanted, knowing what they allowed him to do, and knowing how this ends, it's like, why did you even go through the trouble? Like, I understand it's a
Why
marathon.
didn't you just tank him and tear gas him at the start?
Yeah, why? If this was your end game, why did you entertain it to begin with? So the Wikipedia entry of the FBI, this is long and very drawn out and very, very detailed. We don't need to get into all of this, I don't think, because we've touched on a lot of it already. But so the Davidians, at first they've got telephone contact with the local news media. Koresh, of course, gives the phone interviews. FBI cuts Davidians' communication to the outside world for the next 51 days. Communication with those inside was by telephone by a group of 25 FBI negotiators. Final Justice Department report found negotiators criticized the tactical commanders for undercutting negotiations. So that's, and I wanted to touch on this because I found it so interesting that what led to Koresh's rise to power was a struggle within it's so adjacent to the struggle within the government agencies, struggling with each other to find a common ground to reach a resolution that benefits everybody. But when that can't be reached, just a struggle within the FBI and the ATF alone within their own units, and the falling apart of the plan as a whole. It always seems to be that struggle within, which is the own undoing of all these different organizations. And
Struggle Within, great Metallica song.
right. So during the siege, FBI sends a video camera to the Davidians. Koresh is making videotapes now because why not? Koresh introduces his children and his wives to the FBI.
Imagine if YouTube was around back then.
I was
Oh my
just thinking,
God.
imagine just today, like,
Yeah,
hey, TikTok.
right? Like, you can't sit there and tell me you're not going to be hooked with your notification pushes on for the next podcast.
Oh,
David Koresh.
Messiahs in this next century are going to be so much more cool.
No,
Check
we're
me out on
not.
Twitter
No,
at
we're
Real
not.
David
Because we're a dime a
Koresh.
dozen.
Oh,
We're-
we're a dime a dozen.
We're a dime a dozen. That's the
Oh,
problem. That's
we
why
are
there's not a new
diamonds.
Messiah.
We're diamonds in the rough here at the
Well,
Dog and
we
Chicken Show. Like, yeah,
We
that's a whole, yes.
So
All right.
the Davidians send out the videotape to show the FBI there are no hostages. Everyone's staying inside on their own free will. Premonition. Video also, of course, includes messages from Koresh. Negotiator log shows that there's tapes being reviewed concerning the tapes
So
released.
these people were not hostages. They were staying there on their own.
Yes.
Manipulated or not, regardless, they're being fired upon by the U.S. government, federal
Yes.
agents. The power got cut off, the plumbing got cut off. They have loud screeching sounds at all hours of the night. They're not being allowed to sleep. They're being effectively tortured. Men,
Yes.
women, children are effectively being tortured
By the government.
because they might have some naughty weapons.
So I think this part's important. The videos are also showing 23 children still inside the compound, and the child care professionals on the outside prepared to take care of those children as well as the 19 previous released. As the siege continues, Koresh negotiates for more time, as we mentioned, allegedly so he could write his documents. His conversations with which were dense with biblical imagery, alienates federal negotiators. They're basically just calling it Bible babble at this point. They're getting frustrated, they're getting impatient. As the siege wears on, two factions develop within the FBI, one believing negotiations to be the answer, the other force. This is where we're going to start to see that divide really split off. The thing about the 23 kids still inside the compound, Koresh was training these kids to be soldiers. Now, granted, this place was a compound for a while. These families had been there for a lot of their lives, some of them all their lives. These kids maybe have never been off the compound, and they're being trained to become soldiers. But the fact that the adults already there with the stockpile of weapons that they had were able to put up such a fight. Can you imagine if he'd had more time and actually got his child soldier army? What kind of a resistance this thing would have been? This could have been not just a complete and utter failure by the ATF and FBI. They could have gone further than this. Not just won the siege, but branched out.
I've heard that narrative before. I'm not 100% sure I buy into it. Like, I get the idea of it. I get the
It's just a
concept of it.
thought.
There might have
But
been a route at the first encounter, but eventually there would have been greater force brought.
Oh,
Well,
I agree 100%.
Well, and if Koresh really wanted to make that child army, he probably would have just put them out there on the front lines and put an end to the whole thing right away.
Right.
Like,
And I
if
think
he was that crazy and
you got to
You're trying
wonder,
stare
though.
into the mind of madness. You're not.
You
gonna
got to
Yeah.
wonder, though, if this was a year later, would that have been the tipping point? Like, okay, now you're ready. You got to wonder at what point.
Like, I
would
agree.
that have
Koresh
been
was a
children
crazy
out there?
fucking. I agree. Koresh was a crazy motherfucker. But I honestly think the dude believed his own bullshit. I don't think he wanted.
He had to.
I don't think he wanted the kids to die. I don't think he wanted his followers to die. as we see some other shit comes up here in the last couple days of
There's
the
no
siege.
story unless there's a big sacrifice chicken.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
So the FBI
we're not talking
kind of-
about drinking Kool-Aid though.
Right. So the FBI splits. We're doing
that
the
2
sleep
weeks?
deprivation.
Maybe.
We're blasting music. We're trying to drive him insane. We're trying to drive him out without too explicit a force at this point. So armored vehicles are being used to destroy the perimeter fencing, crush cars belonging to the Davidians so they can't escape. Armored vehicles reportedly drove over the grave of Branch Davidian Peter Gent, despite protests by the Branch Davidians and the negotiators.
It wasn't just that. They took those tanks. And like they were taunting them with them. Oh yeah, drink. Yeah, we said it like 4 times.
I'd say we've said a ton of the drinking words. So those of you watching,
I'll finish my beer here in a minute. But no, they took these artillery vehicles and drove them around the complex, taunting them.
Yeah,
they're playing loud music and noises and torturing them with sound, and then they drive around with armored vehicles, knock over buildings, crushing vehicles. Like this was a total intimidation factor, and like it was a huge flex. But when you talk to like the negotiators were like, fucking stop this. Like, you're feeding into them. They think you are the devil. They think you are the Babylonian like fucking horde coming to kill them. And you're showing them that you are. Stop feeding into their fucking religious cult. They're gonna just keep doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
And as soon as the negotiators were gone, they take the tank and they start driving over vehicles, busting out buildings, and just fucking with them all the whole time.
Now,
like,
if I may, this is one thing to think about, because you said there was 2 camps. One wanted force, one wanted negotiation. Now think about if you're on the side that's favoring the force, and then you start to think, Jesus Christ, this dude's even starting to persuade the fucking negotiators. We gotta fucking go in like that. I'm putting myself in
desperation's higher.
Like, yeah. And so again, I'm just trying to understand what that would be. But if those are the 2 factions, and this guy is as persuasive as we hear he is, like, yeah, that's probably what the force faction was starting to get rather worried about. Is this guy going to somehow talk his way out of this?
I do have a quick parallel that, honest to goodness, I'm just putting this together as we're discussing this right now. And this is for my comic book nerds out there. Anybody who's read the Walking Dead comic books, and to a lesser extent the show, because it kind of glosses over this portion of the story. But when the first real settlement that the survivors come across is called Woodbury, they have a tank, and there's a guy called the governor, and they storm the prison where the survivors are staying. And it was a complete flex move. They didn't actually have an operational tank in the comic book. It was just a show of power to the people who are stuck inside of a massive complex, kind of smaller numbers than the supposed government around it. So I'm just seeing the parallel and where the inspiration from that comic book narrative went. And man, it fits so well. I can't believe I didn't see it before, but anybody who's read those comics, you can see it here. And I'm just kind of a little bit baffled, honestly, at this point. Like, wow, I can't believe I never noticed that. Further down the line, this is coming to the end of the FBI portion. 2 of the 3 water storage tanks to the roof have been damaged during the initial raid. We're cutting power, we're cutting water, forcing everybody inside to just, kind of, hey, suck it, eat your rations if you've got them. Criticism later leveled by Schneider's attorney, Jack Zimmerman, at the tactic of using sleep and peace disrupting sound against the Davidians. Of course, because, it's very cruel and unusual punishment. They should have made them all subscribe to the K.O.E. Nation. I
mean, it is cruel and unusual punishment to deprive people of the K.O.E. Nation. I do understand, Tony.
That's what I meant. So you've got these increasingly aggressive tactics. We've got the divide already. Koresh is ordering a group of the followers to leave. So you've got 11 people leave, and they're arrested as material witnesses. One person's charged with a conspiracy to murder. But the children's willingness to stay with the Koresh disturbed the negotiators, who were unprepared to work around the Branch Davidians' religious zeal. So the thing about that is you've got to understand that these children have been persuaded to a point to replace the word love, the definition of the word love, with the definition of the word fear. What they understand fear being, they've been taught that's love. So it's not really that surprising if you look at it with that perspective, why they would be saying. So the children aware of the earlier group of children who had left with some women were immediately separated and the women were arrested. During the siege, several scholars study apocalypticism, and religious groups attempted to persuade the FBI the siege tactics being used by the government agents would only reinforce the impression with the Branch Davidians that they were part of the biblical end of times, which of course it did. It increases the chances of violent and deadly outcome, which it did. Koresh's discussion with the negotiating team became increasingly difficult. This is more on the separation within the FBI. 1 week before the April 19th assault, the FBI planners considered using snipers to kill David Koresh and possibly other key Davidians. And the
that
FBI
would have worked out well.
Oh, yeah, because history tells us that works out just fucking stellar. I can't even believe that they entertained that idea after Ruby Ridge. But
If Ruby Ridge didn't happen, they would have done it.
Oh, hands down, 100%.
I was about to say,
I'm surprised they
there
didn't
is an actor from Ruby Ridge that does enter back into this scene, and a rumor I've always heard was that 2 rounds were fired from his particular weapon, and at this point, enter Lon Horiuchi.
So, yeah, go ahead and talk on that before we get into the final assault.
Go ahead, Phil.
Oh, no, I was like, this is the point where he enters into the picture is Lon Horiuchi of Ruby Ridge infamy shows up again here at Waco, and there's some controversy, but from most accounts, 2 rounds were fired from his rifle. So this one person has fired rounds at Waco and Ruby Ridge, allegedly. And so, yeah, you get an idea that there was an element or a faction within the federal government at that point that was very pro just go in and get them. And
so
they came back.
He may or may not have been the guy.
Yeah. It's just, if you can look at it with
Get him, guy.
Yeah, if you look at it with the knowledge of his involvement in both instances, you gotta wonder what else is a guy like that capable of, and what else was a guy like that involved with, because that's 2 pretty big deals when you look back at it now. So it makes you wonder. So we're getting to the final assault and the burning of Mount Carmel. Newly appointed U.S. Attorney General Janet Reno approves recommendations by the FBI hostage rescue team to mount an assault after being told the conditions were deteriorating.
Sorry.
And that the children.
You said Janet Reno. I had to find the scary button.
Thank you. And that the children were being abused inside the compound. So Reno makes the FBI's case to President Clinton, recalling to the April 19th, 1985, the Covenant of the Sword and the Arm of the Lord siege in Arkansas, which was ended without loss of life by a blockade without a deadline. We've kind of already missed the fucking quota on the no loss of life thing, but anywho, President Clinton suggests similar tactics against the Branch Davidians. Glad he's finally stepping in. Reno countered that the FBI hostage rescue team was tired of waiting, that the standoff was costing $1 million per week, and that the Davidians could hold out longer than the CSAL, and that the chances of child sexual abuse and mass suicide were imminent. Again, we've already speculated here. They didn't want to die. Koresh didn't want his followers to die, so
And
that
even
was
the
just
ATF
bullshit.
the ATF informant said that as well. Koresh confirmed, like they had talked to Koresh on the phone and were like, dude, are you gonna have like everybody kill themselves? Of course, this is right after we had the Kool-Aid incident, back in the 70s. And Koresh is like, no, we don't want to die. I don't want anybody to kill themselves. That's not what this is about. Like, this isn't like, so a lot of people were like, no, that's not the belief, but that actually still made it into the report to scare the shit out of people.
Yeah, and it was a scare tactic to get a resolution done swiftly.
To make Washington move.
It's kind of like, trumped up charges on something that, I heard somebody said that Tony said that Phil said that Chicken said that there was something that happened down over there. Yeah. So let's go fucking kill these guys.
Yeah.
There was no internet back then, so if your agents on the ground sent you a report, that was as good as gospel back in DC.
And that's the other thing, the heavy involvement of the news during the initial gunfight and throughout this entire thing. Like, that was our internet back then. That was what we had to trust in terms of journalism, because we didn't have the internet to find other opinions or rumors or conspiracy theories out and form different opinions. We just had to take it at face value. So in retrospect, it's so interesting to look back on with more information much later after the fact, and hearing firsthand accounts of what really went down, people being a lot more honest than they may have been had the internet been a thing right from the get-go. But yes, this was a scare tactic. We want a resolution to happen quickly, because this is, frankly, it's gone on far too long. So the assault takes place April 19th, 1993. Davidians are heavily armed. Hostage rescue team has 50 caliber rifles, combat engineering vehicles, explosives to punch holes in the wall so they can pump in gas. They try to forge them out without harming them. Well, too little, too late.
So, like, the original plan is they had a massive amount of gas. They had enough gas to like gas this place out for like days. Like, that was the plan. It was a slow drip of gas for days to like force them to leave. Eventually, you have to leave.
Yep.
But sorry.
Or die of asphyxiation when you're trying to get to the door.
Yeah. There's that.
Yeah.
That turns out to be a side effect. Who would have thought? Apparently not the ATF or FBI or Janet Reno. Officially, no armed assault was to be made. Loudspeakers are used to tell. This is just more bullshit.
I didn't have my scary button ready.
That's all right.
You want me to say it again?
No.
Right.
But
Janet
if you
Reno.
do, I'm ready.
Janet Reno. Janet.
Will Ferrell.
Reno.
Will Ferrell does the best Janet Reno ever. Okay.
Janet Reno dance party.
All right.
So, according to the FBI, HRT agents will be permitted to return any incoming fire, but no shots are fired by federal agents on April 19th.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Several Davidians opened fire. The FBI hostage rescue team response was only to increase the amount of gas being used. Sure. The FBI hostage rescue team delivers 40 millimeter CS grenade fire from an M79 grenade launcher. Very early in the morning, the FBI HRT fires 2 military M65-1 rounds at the Branch Davidian construction site. Around mid-morning, the FBI hostage rescue team began to run low on 40mm Ferret CS rounds and asked Texas Ranger Captain David Burns for tear gas rounds. The tear gas rounds procured the Company F in Waco turned out to be unusable pyrotechnic and were returned to the Company F office afterward. Oh boy, this is really detailed for a bunch of shit that you don't give a fuck about. After more than 6 hours, no Branch Davidians had left the building, sheltering instead in an underground concrete block room, the bunker, within the building, or using gas masks. So at this point, you've got to assume that they were just hoping that these tactics would subside and they would be able to endure it. Was he holding them down there hostage? Was he forcing them to stay down there? That's
So
debatable.
the eyewitness accounts from the Branch Davidians that are still alive today, I think there was like 7 or 9 survivors, and most of them agree. Koresh, they had an underground bunker, which was it was like a walk-in cooler. That's basically what it was.
Yeah.
And he had sent all the women and children down there in hopes that he could negotiate his way out of the situation. But as the tanks came up with the tear gas, they started punching holes into all the buildings, and shooting the tear gas canisters in, which is causing panic inside and causing issues with them being able to communicate with each other. That's going to be an obvious issue that's going to happen. But they just continually keep ramming different parts of the building, and ramming so hard in some instances, like the reports from the tank drivers were, we were trying to knock out holes in the wall so people could like run free and not have to worry about doors being locked. Okay, like I get that, but you don't have to punch a fucking hole in every wall and penetrate deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper on every ram that you're doing. Because eventually they ruin the building structure. They shot.
Yeah, you're just trying to compromise the structure at that point. And say, hey,
I might be getting ahead a little bit, but they like I said, 48 hours worth of 48 or 72 hours worth of tear gas. They dropped it all in just a few fucking hours.
Yeah,
they just, because they're like, oh, they're shooting at us. Fuck it, more tear gas, and they dropped all the tear gas within just a couple hours. And fucking just like decimated that place. And then we're just ramming the building over and over, supposedly making openings for escape. Was some of that was the weakest excuse I heard. And that's before the fire started. Like, I don't know what your guys' thoughts were, but like I watched the video footage, like the raw original video footage, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, these tanks are just like running up to the building and just knocking holes in the fucking thing.
You're looking to watch it crumble.
This is what people watched on live TV, was a tank come up and just knock holes into the building.
And people wonder why there was so much sympathy for the people inside, because this is clear
at this point, whether you like David Koresh or not. If you love the guy, hated the guy, didn't matter.
No.
This is where, like, the government overstepped their bounds to start with. They may have been justified to try to arrest David Koresh, but they fucked up that. And then the FBI, like, overused force and tortured people for 51 days. And then this was their solution. Hey, you know what? What we've done for 51 days hasn't worked. How about we fucking shove some holes in this building, tear gas the fuck out of everybody, and just knock some holes in everything as we drive around.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand the logic here. Like, I have no idea what the accomplishment, like whether you're an aggressor or somebody who's trying to like de-escalate the situation. Like, there is no logical outcome that is good here.
No, you're clearly trying to compromise the structural integrity of the building, and that was their biggest, probably their biggest flex. The Branch Davidians' biggest flex was having this big compound with a large number, with rounds out the ass to protect themselves. If you take away the structural integrity of their protection, now you've got them by the balls. And that was the goal here. They can say whatever they want about, oh no, it just allows people to leave because they're clearly all hostages. We all know that's not the case. How many people escaped through those fucking holes? Oh shit. Nope, everybody stayed fucking secured and met their goddamn demise in the basement rather than try to run through those fucking holes. This was impatience. This was showing muscle, and this was just saying, okay, we've had enough, and we really don't have the patience or the integrity to see this through to a fitting end, so fuck it. Here we go. Put a hole in the goddamn wall. So this is where it gets a little bit more conflated, if it can get any more conflated at this point. So they start doing this. At around noon, 3 fires break out almost simultaneously in different parts of the building, and they spread very, very quickly. Footage of the blaze broadcast on live television. Government maintains the fires were deliberately started by the Branch Davidians, and some Branch Davidian survivors maintain the fires were accidentally or deliberately started by the assault. So this is where the official report of how this thing ends gets really conflated. Whether or not you think that they started this thing themselves, because now the compound has been completely compromised, tanks are running through the walls, our defense is completely shot, this is the end game, so fuck it, we're just going to start this whole thing on fire and go out in a blaze of glory, as our prophet David Koresh said we would do. Or the complete and utter negligence of the government agencies by doing, as you said, dumping 2 days worth of tear gas and ramming takes into the building could have very well caused these fires as well. So in the end, does it really matter who's at fault? Because nobody's going to accept the blame. The real end result is pretty much everybody left died. In all, 76 people died, according to this entry, which seems a little low, honestly. A large concentration of bodies, weapons, and ammunition found in the bunker storage room. The fire engulfed the building. I'm trying to find where it says exactly how long this thing took, but this was broadcast on live TV. The reporters are watching this thing unfold, and they're like, it starts on fire. The whole thing's engulfed. It just keeps burning. And then eventually there's nothing. Now it's gone. This thing that we've been watching for months, this tense situation that we've been watching unfold, and now it's just wiped from existence, and everybody inside of it gone in the blink of an eye, just like that. Because of impatience, because of stubbornness, because everybody involved just didn't take the necessary steps to finding a resolution. And that to me is probably the saddest thing of this entire outcome.
Yeah. So overall outcome being the fire engulfs the whole place. Nobody really comes out of there. Like I said, I think 9 people actually come out. All the children died. All of them under the age of 12. I think it was over half of them were David Koresh's own children. They find David's body and his right-hand man, both of them with gunshot wounds to the head. All of this.
That one specifically, I think, was debatable on whether or not Koresh did, in fact, have.
I believe it was a gunshot wound to his like the front of his head. So they weren't sure if he killed himself or if he had somebody else shoot him. There's conspiracy theories that
who shot who.
Maybe government agents found him and shot him because the camera crews weren't allowed to be near the fire. But there is some footage out there where you can still see like federal agents kind of like running around the building a little bit while it's on fire. There's a lot of conspiracy theories around what happened after the fire started. We're not going to entertain any of those, of course. My biggest beef with this whole thing, I got 2 beefs. The federal government overreach. This did not need to happen. Didn't even need to come close to this. This was silly. Okay, if you're worried this guy's going to shoot up a bunch of people, okay, sure, I get it. You had him contained, and there was a standoff. I get there might be some concern for the people inside, but as you found out that they were being, safe, taken care of, and or were under his leadership, and they weren't going to leave. There's not much you can do at that point except for wait shit out or become more persuasive. and learn some different tactics, because obviously brute force did not work here. The other criticism I have
I was about to
is
say,
if
weren't
David
they trying
Koresh.
to stop them from committing mass suicide?
Well, that's debatable. I'm not
So
going to get
kill
into
them
that.
instead.
I'm not going to
Yeah.
get into that conversation.
That's the problem. Like,
I don't want to get into that one, because there's a lot of different way. Like brute force was not the way to go. That's all I'm saying with it. But David Koresh was like the biggest piece of shit out of this whole thing, because he let people go several times
Yeah.
and never once.
Informants. He let the informant go.
He let the informant go. He let other Branch Davidians go. He could have let the children go. He knew it was gonna. He knew what could happen, and the only reason he kept the children was for protection. Going, they will never do a mass assault raid on me as long as I have children in here.
Boy, did they call his bluff.
Yeah,
that's
allegedly
true.
Allegedly,
yeah.
That's
unfortunate, and too many people had to lose their lives over this. And the fallout, and as like I kind of joked around earlier, is, well, folks didn't do that shit no more. Like that was pretty much the end of that. And
yeah, property prices went up. You can't just buy like 10 acres out in the middle of nowhere anymore and build a church. Like, people start asking questions.
Yeah, wonder why. History tends to repeat itself. Look at that. Only within a couple of years itself. Real quick on this, the last thing I hear on the entry. The remaining Branch Davidians, including the children, were either buried alive by rubble, suffocated, or shot. Many were killed by smoke or carbon monoxide inhalation and other causes as the fire engulfed the building. So the blame goes across the board. David Koresh used the children as a shield, his own children. He used it as a tactic of protection, yet this was not a factor in the final decision to prevent the potential cause of the fires itself. Like, we wanted a quick resolution, yet this is the resolution we got. And understand, you can't put together a perfect hazard analysis of a tense and situation like this, but this was an absolute outcome that had to be taken into consideration. Everybody's dead. If you don't consider that before you sign off on something like this, then you've not only failed in signing off on what you've signed off on, you're just a shitty human being in general.
And as far as the government, if you have to send 6 tanks to a church, no matter what the religion, whatever the creed, whatever the issue is, 6 tanks to take down 100 people.
Yeah.
Kind of fucked up, bro.
That's like putting a 12-inch lift on your fucking Cummins.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah, again, like, this is an unfortunate instance where too many people had to lose their lives over, sounds like, too many stubborn minds refusing to back down and not allowing cooler heads to prevail. And so the thing that can really be learned from this in your own life and be applied is, we saw throughout this particular story, was the power of persuasion and the incredible ability it had to move people for good and for bad. So something for each one of you in the audience to consider is, am I being persuaded in my everyday by the people around me for good or for ill? And that's something that you need to be able to have the proper compass to figure out. Sounds like David had a very persuasive tongue, but it ended up putting him in not a good place. So this is a truly cautionary tale, an unfortunate tale, and one that all these decades later we're still talking about. We are still talking about Waco because, like you said, there was quite a battle. There was quite some fallout, and even now, when people drive by Waco, when I go to Texas and people are driving by, everybody just like, oh, Waco. Like just its own name is just like Waco. So it's like Hatfields and McCoys. You really can't. It's just its own thing now.
I would say the only thing I disagree with what you said was they didn't allow cooler heads to prevail. I don't think cooler heads were going to prevail, but I think a better outcome could have definitely been reached without that many casualties on either side, regardless of the start or the finish. I don't think cooler heads were going to prevail. I don't see an outcome for David Koresh that ends where he walks out of this situation. I don't think he wanted all of his followers to die. I don't know that he necessarily wanted to be a martyr, but yeah, I don't think he was going to be a cooler head that was going to prevail. And the stubbornness of the FBI and the ATF and the desire to get a quick outcome after being frustrated, I don't think they were going to have a good outcome either. And you got to wonder, there had to have been another scenario that would have ended better, even if it was slightly better, that we could have taken than the one that happened. The other strange thing I was just going to throw out there, this is going to be a little wacky right here at the end, but imagine David Koresh actually legitimately being the reincarnation of Jesus Christ. Can you imagine that setting, the early 90s, the reincarnation of Jesus Christ himself? He probably would have acted about the same way David Koresh did. Like, why don't you people understand? I'm serious. It's me. Why can't you understand? I'm the Messiah. What are all these guns? What are all these government agencies? Like, this is so
I'll give you that,
strange.
Tony. He had tremendous dedication to his gimmick. He never broke kayfabe with anybody, and so that's why. And at one point, he started believing his own press clippings. He went all Goldberg on us, and so yeah.
Even Ric Flair believes his own hype.
How about this one? This was actually one of the investigating officers' fear, was that he had like an underground tunnel, and if they did not find his body after all of what happened, and then he appeared 3 days later.
Oh God.
He was like, I was scared to death.
Wow.
If 3 days later he came up and somebody found him, all the religious nut jobs in the world would have shown up in Waco, Texas.
What an awakening of religious persuasion that would have been.
What an add to the conspiracy of why you'd shoot him in the head too.
Yeah, no, I get it. That would have been
allegedly.
Persuasion.
Allegedly.
Persuasion doesn't even begin to define a situation like that, because you would have had devout Catholics rethinking everything at that point.
Yep. And that, folks.
It's a good thing he didn't have that idea. Jesus.
Yeah.
I think that's most of the Waco story.
Most of it. The story that we're going to tell anyway.
Look into it. He had an amazing mullet drink.
He did.
We hadn't used that one yet. And by the way, I grabbed a beer that I didn't drink on Andre's night. Shiner Candied
Texas.
Pecan. This is actually really good.
Oh, Shiner's amazing. Shiner's a great brand.
Whiskey in my glass. So at least 2 out of 3 Texas toast there.
Ching ching.
K.O.E.
But well, gentlemen, may I?
You shall do it.
Well, folks, we have gotten deep. We have done a deep dive omnibus into the subject that is Waco, Texas. And folks, we have arrived here at the end, the unfortunate end, but there is always a tomorrow here at Big Buckin' Empire in the K.O.E. Nation. So as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us this evening for our dive into the Waco controversy. You were here for the twists, the turns, the ups, the downs. There was laughs, there was tears, there was good, there was bad. We learned about the power of persuasion, and we all came together here at Big Bucket Empire. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highland, the conqueror of the ethereal, and one damn handsome man, if I must say so myself. Signing off and handing it off to these indomitable broadcast partners. Be sure to check me out at KOE Nation on YouTube and Twitch, and also head to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast this weekend, this Sunday. Double or nothing. Will Chicken reign supreme as the champion, or will Phil KOE hold that belt up high, or is it gonna go home and become the 10-time champion with the one and only Tony G? So, folks, Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, YouTube and Spotify, KOE Nation, YouTube and Twitch, Big Bucket Empire, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. These are all the places where you can keep up with your KOE content, your dog and chicken content, and all of the things and all the crazy cast of characters here in the Big Bucket Empire. Raise a glass to yourselves. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Tony, Chicken, take it away.
I don't have anything else to add to that. Yes, definitely check out the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast this Sunday for AEW Double or Nothing, where I become I believe, a 10-time champion. That's just how it's going to be. I'm sorry, folks. That's not a prediction. That's a spoiler. So, yeah, definitely check us out for that. But, Chicken, what do we got up next on the docket for the Dog and Chicken Show? Take us home.
We'll see about that whole championship switcheroo here. I'm pretty sure that thing's going to be hanging there for another 6 months. It feels like it's been hanging here for 6 months. Like I had a
Far too long.
I had like a little 2-week divorce from it, but it came right back home. But it's where it belongs. Yes. Tonight, like Phil said, we watched and hopefully we presented a good outline and presented some good facts on there, and hopefully didn't get too opinionated with it. But this story is going to lead us into our next recorded. So next week, Thursday, will be live. Episode 90 will be live on Thursday. Episode 91 will be a recorded one, just like this. However, it will be a follow-up specifically to this episode and what this episode leads to in the Oklahoma City bombing. We get the trifecta. And then from there on out, we would love to hear suggestions, thoughts. What do you want stories from? What do you want to hear us actually research and dig up dirt on and tell stories of? If you're too lazy to read through the Wikipedia, that's fine. We'll do it for you. Got it.
We're good at that reading stuff.
We're basically like a Reader's Digest of the internet. We take all that stuff and just condense it down for you.
Yeah. But tonight I learned I kind of hate the government still. I don't think that's changed at all.
Because that was in question.
I still hate cult leaders. So yeah, nothing's really changed in my life. Like it was just confirmation. Yeah, okay. Yeah, confirmation.
Reaffirm.
So, folks, why have you not already liked, shared, and subscribed right here? Yeah. My God. But yes, gentlemen, this was quite a time.
Cheers, fellas.
Cheers.
As always, let's say goodnight to the folks. As always, appreciate you. Love you. Bye.
Good night, folks.
And see if it just smooths itself out.
Back, tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah.
But
Pause for edit.
yeah. No, we'll leave that in there. The
views
deal-
of chicken do not necessarily reflect the views of the dog and chicken
show.
shit.
Yeah.
Wait, wait, yeah.
God damn
Okay.
it. Anyway,
Yep,
so
and now there were two.
so he gets deployed into the first Gulf War. Now there's some pretty damning accounts of friends of his that he had told some of his war stories to. So take this with a grain of salt, because if any of you know anybody who's actually been to war, been to battle, actually had to fire at another human being in the act of war, they're usually not so forthcoming and willing to tell that story. They usually withhold that. Now, granted, this is potentially a madman, so who knows? Who knows what the psyche is? But apparently, he started getting more distrustful of the United States government, and as you can tell from the prior two episodes, that's kind of what leads him into this scenario. He was, according to one person that told his account, and I think he actually stood by this account, was he was ordered to shoot at even people surrendering, which I doubt that's the case. But he did admittedly fire at Iraqi soldiers that were trying to surrender in the Gulf War. In one account, struck a combatant soldier in the head. So in likely, from what I've seen, there was not much or any remorse for that scenario. So.
I was about to say,
No,
that
he was
sounds
basically a
kinda-
sociopath at some degree.
Yes,
I'll say that sounds kind of like a war crime, but yeah, I wasn't there, but there's sounds a little fishy when you're. So you're saying he shot someone that was trying to surrender, or was in the process of surrendering?
That was what he had told a friend of his. Yes.
Oh my! So either bragging about a war crime or making one up to aggrandize themselves to their friends, which you really have to wonder about the psyche of someone like that. Well, I mean, I guess we saw where that led, but yeah, like, again, most sociopaths, people have this kind of wrong image of serial killers as like these super geniuses. It's really generally not the case. Sociopaths like that lie a lot and aggrandize a lot, and so I would almost bet money on that being fiction, a whole cloth fabrication within his own mind. Now, that's just
not everybody's Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah, that's why I prefaced it with like, this is according to some of the stories he told and other people. But yeah, that it is super weird that somebody would come out and admit that.
I don't doubt that instance happened. I doubt it happened the way he describes it happening. I'm sure he probably did fire upon somebody trying to surrender, but his warped and twisted justification of a scenario like that just gets more and more warped and twisted as you'll see as this story progresses.
So, well, he used that story to claim that he was ordered to do that by the U.S. government. He did not want to, but he was just following orders. Super fucking convenient.
No, he was not.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
I know.
Gave that order.
I know. Super convenient excuse, right? But anyway, so he does get discharged. Does it say what year, Tony, that he gets discharged? I lost my timeline here.
Let's see.
Okay,
88, he joined the army.
91, he is his eligibility test for special forces. He's got to drop out of that, and then in December 91,
Well, he has not high enough IQ and doesn't play well with others.
Doesn't specify, but probably.
If I had to guess. Because again, I bet he thought he was some super Hannibal Lecter genius, but once you actually do the IQ test on all of these folks, are not nearly as high as you'd think they would be.
Now he did. I don't know. A lot of people did say he was very likable. He was very um, fairly intelligent. Maybe not super intelligent, but most people thought like he was not only a very likable person, but came off as highly intelligent. So I don't know.
Yeah,
IQ test
I don't
aside.
think super genius is ever going to be mistaken for this guy, but I think he was personable enough that nobody thought he was a fucking idiot by any means. And that's just it. Like this isn't like the David Koresh level of persuasion artist or the I want to just live away from the government because they scare me Randy Weaver situation. This is a guy who day by day gets more and more and more suspicious and distrusting of the government to the point where it makes him violent. It makes him want to share his violent views, and it makes him lash out in a very violent way. And this, like we said, this was one of the first instances of his violence and just what he was capable of.
I was about to say, I mean, if he's sharing these stories with his friends, this kind of shows that he's got this violent ideology and ideation and this violent fantasy. And when the military didn't fulfill it, looks like he had to go, like he was making, like, I'm sorry, I'm just going to go ahead and say this. No proof, but you don't need a weather vane to know which way the wind is blowing. He was making stories up about things he did at war to aggrandize himself to his buddies. And then the violent ideation just became more and more and more in his head. And well, we're going to get to how that all culminated here in a little bit, guys.
Well, think about the times too. Is so this is how he's coming up prior to some major events in history. So when he gets out of the army in 91, he's got a supposed distaste and distrust of the government already. And then you see what happens to Randy Weaver. You see what happens to David Koresh. And if he's already has that mindset and that tendency, like he actually sat out in front of Waco, Texas when that was happening, and was like selling like bumper stickers and books and stuff, trying to get people rallied up out there. Like he really dug his foot in the sand on the whole anti-government push. But it went further than that, unfortunately.
Well, not just that. Yeah, he dug deep, like you said. Like I think Timothy McVeigh is a big reason why a lot of the anti-gun people in the country today have such a hard time grasping the concept of a gun show, because they're terrified of people like this, because what he was doing at gun shows and gun trading expos was pretty fucking bad. Like he was selling like handmade t-shirts with like what was it, the quote from John Wilkes Booth, or just some really well, I'm going to say the word Nazi ideology.
Yeah, what was the book he was reading? I'm trying to look it up right now.
Something Diaries.
Yeah, but it was. Now, I have not read this book. I've seen debating reviews of this book, if it's actually full-on Nazi and fascist rhetoric. But from like a brief description of it, it's basically an end-of-the-world apocalypse book. And like, I fucking hate quoting the reviews, because some of them were like, it's the end of the world where the whiteys try to just take over. I'm like, okay. So I read another review and they're like, yeah, that's like, I could see how people would get that, but that wasn't the point of the book. I don't know the book. I'm not going to defend it. It sounds majority of people did not like the book.
It's called the Turner Diaries.
Turner Diaries.
Oh, okay.
It's called the Turner Diaries, and this is essentially like the neo-Nazi drink again handbook. That now he went to his death, basically trying to make everybody understand. No, it wasn't about the race. It wasn't about the race. It was the ideology. The racism was there, but it wasn't about that. It was about the idea, man, which is ridiculous all in itself. But just to expand on some of this, the post-military life, he's writing letters to local newspapers. He's complaining about taxes. He's writing representatives about police and lies and firearm restrictions. let's see, what was the big? That's when Clinton signed the assault weapons ban. He got a big fucking problem with that. Visiting
He got
friends in
big
Decker,
K.O.E.
yeah, he's visiting friends in Decker, Michigan. This is all coming from Wikipedia, by the way, on Timothy McVeigh himself. McVeigh reportedly complained that the Army had implanted a microchip into his ass so they could keep track of him. Yeah.
And now it all turns. That was the moment, right? When you said microchip in the ass.
Yeah.
And now it all takes a turn now, folks. And now it's about to get a lot more apeshit crazy from here.
Now he's a lonely guy. He doesn't really have a girlfriend, so he's feeling like he's romantically inclined, if you can believe that. Wonder why? Because all the guy does is talk about the fucking Turner Diaries. So, gee, I wonder why women weren't into that.
Yeah,
so that's starting to frustrate the guy. He started gambling a lot, and he got really, really deep into gambling on the Super Bowl. And this was the 4-year stretch where the Buffalo Bills went 4 straight years and lost each and every time. So he lost a bunch of money on that. And then I believe he leaves New York after that.
It's a bad run. This is just like a string of bad luck. Like Buffalo Bills didn't win for 4 years straight. Randy Weaver and David Koresh get fucked over by the U.S. government. I got kicked out of the fucking Army, and I couldn't go to fucking the goddamn This is just like a string of bad luck for a loser. It sounds like.
Yeah. So at this point, he's getting deep into it. Like you said, he's down on his luck. Now he's talking to his sister about the anti-government literature.
You're my sister. No. Sorry.
Yeah, you're my sister. You're my sister. He moves out of his father's house into an apartment, no phones.
Whoa!
So
how old was he?
He's in his 20s now.
Okay, all right, got there anyways.
Yeah. So at this point,
hoping you were going to say
NRA
he's like
because
42.
they're too weak on gun rights. So,
woo!
Yeah, NRA was too weak on gun rights in the 90s, according to. Yeah,
I was about to say the only organization that did anything to preserve any gun rights in the 90s, but yeah, like again, yeah, I get that a lot in a lot of different debates. Is people who try to make the perfect the enemy of the good, and it's you're never gonna get anywhere with those folks.
No, definitely not.
I think Tony just got interrupted again by the kids, so I think we need to drink.
Let's take a drink while he's spinning circle there. I'll put him off to the side.
Yeah.
So yeah, so yeah, this guy's like really bad luck. Nothing's working out for him. You got a lot of national events and national issues coming up. A lot of political rhetoric keeps popping back around. Uh-oh. Just when I thought he was back. Just when I thought he was back.
Circle Tony returns.
Now imagine the political rhetoric today. I remember back in the 90s, a lot of the political rhetoric. I don't think it was nearly as charged as it is now.
No, and there was a lot. Like there was actually a poll of Republicans and Democrat. It was a metadata. Like it compiled a lot of different polls together. And it showed that back in the 90s, like let's say, okay, here is, this is on the right side of your screen, folks. This is the Republicans. Here's the Democrats, okay? In the 90s, there was a lot closer there was a lot more similarity of opinions between Republicans and the Democrats in the 90s. Now, there's almost no, like you're going to find a very slim majority, about 15% between the two parties that actually share similar opinions. And so, yeah, there was not nearly the same hypercharged rhetoric where pretty much like on the left, anybody to the right of Noam Chomsky is a Nazi fascist, and for the right, anybody to the left of Ted Cruz is a socialist. You've never, that kind of rhetoric was not existent in the United States in the 90s.
Yeah, it was pretty even keel, and not many people paid attention. Now, granted, the internet wasn't a thing, cell phones weren't a thing, communication was a lot slower. TV was, not everybody had cable. Some people had box tube TVs with antennas still. So yeah, communication was a lot
My grandma
slower.
had one.
Yeah, so growing up, I didn't have cable. We had a box tube TV with fucking antenna. I remember standing there holding it up so we could watch The Simpsons sometimes, like because I was the youngest brother, and my older brothers were kind of assholes. And I it's not the shortest straw. Sometimes it's the youngest. But
Waka waka.
waka waka.
So
anyway, Tony might be back. We're gonna see. He looks super happy. He looks
how we
super
doing
happy.
there, T? How we doing there, T?
I don't know. Really annoyed. I had to restart the whole goddamn thing.
It's all good. All good. We filled in some time for you. So McVeigh goes through this 3-year period. Again, the Randy Weaver incident happens. You have Ruby Ridge, you have Waco, drink. Go on through this time, and it just pours gas on his fire of hatred for the government, and he sees the ATF involved in both of these of trying to restrict gun rights. You got obviously legislation going through, all kinds of shit. So he is paranoid as fuck at this point. The government's out to take your guns, and he thinks if something were to happen, the country will revolt and take back the country from a tyrannical government. This is the idea that pops into his mind. So he gets with Terry Nichols and Michael Fortier and tries to concoct a plan. Now they go scout several government buildings across the country, and they land in Oklahoma City and the Murrah Federal Building in downtown. This is where they ultimately decide that they're going to go. So in October of 94, this is where McVeigh supposedly uses soup cans to show how he would arrange explosives in a specific V shape inside of a truck to cause maximum destruction. We can get into the conspiracy theories on the explosion and if it can be replicated or not. We'll talk about that after the timeline's over. But at that point, the plan's in place. They go get all the supplies they need. What I'm trying to remember, they had to get like fertilizers, some other chemicals. It was like 6,200 pounds that they had thrown into the back of this fucking truck that they're gonna park in front of this fucking building. So April 17th, he rents the Ryder truck under a name Robert. Oh God, now it's escaping me. I'm sure it's on the Wikipedia. But
while you look that up, again, this asshole is the reason why there is a greater amount of checks and there's all this unnecessary paperwork for the chain of custody of fertilizers. Because he was the guy. Again, as a farmer, I can tell you that there is quite a paperwork trail for the chain of custody of fertilizers now post Timothy McVeigh, and it's because of him and this incident. And so fucking asshole made fucking farmers' lives the fucking country over more fucking difficult, just amongst all the other fucking shitty things this guy did. So
so
add another one to the tally.
He was in Harrington, Kansas. He loaded, supplies into the Ryder truck. So he builds this bomb. So held 13 barrels in place and mixed chemicals using plastic buckets and a bathroom scale to weigh everything. Each filled barrel weighed 500 pounds. And then he added more explosives to the driver's side of the cargo bay, which he could ignite, killing himself in the process at close range with his Glock 21 pistol in case the primary fuses failed. So he had a backup plan. He was willing to die to do this. So he didn't have a care at this point.
But he didn't die.
No, because the fuse lit. So he was able to, but we'll get to that.
Okay. I got you. That was the backup plan. I thought that was the primaries. Like, but wait, wait, what?
But hey, yeah, but we no. So anyway,
There was more to this, but yeah, god damn, that's just terrible. So maximum amount of damage possible from this. Now I don't understand what like what was the hope. Again, we're trying to reach into the mind of madness and trying to understand it, but it's like, yeah, that's not going to make everybody go, hey, the government sucks. In fact, you rallied people to the cause of federal employees who are just innocent people going to their work that day that you fucked up for no good reason. So yeah, that
so to get into his brain a little bit, this is how psychotic his mindset was. So he was speaking later about his preparations, and he said, quote, "You learn how to handle killing in the military. I face the consequences, but you learn to accept it." And then he compared his actions to the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki rather than attack on Pearl Harbor, reasoning it was necessary to prevent more lives from being lost. So he thought he was doing, well, in his brain, he concocted a world in where he was preventing future deaths because he did not want another Waco or Ruby Ridge drink to. He really thought he was saving the country from this, and he thought people would rise up to defend the Constitution, the Second Amendment, in his ideology. He really thought people would see him as like a hero for doing this.
You know, it's weird when you say that. Have you guys ever seen the Michael Moore movie Bowling for Columbine?
Yes.
Okay. Even if you hate Michael Moore, you got to give the guy credit. He's amazing at getting the good footage and the right shots. He actually goes and interviews, I forget who it is, but it's like the brother of somebody that's connected to all of this. And he's talking exactly the way you are, Chicken, except his eyes are wide like a madman. He's like, if the American people knew, they would rise up and it would just be Armageddon in the street. And I'm like, this is not like, no, wow. This is like just visually, dude.
They're going to take your guns unless you do something about it right now, folks.
Just the widest-eyed madman you've ever seen in your life ranting to you about the government and all that. Like, oh boy. Again, it's just like, so when you're talking about this, it's like, so, okay, it sounds like this is the way that all of this little circle was talking pretty much day in, day out, because even the brother's still babbling like this.
So, Tony, I know you just got your phone situated, but is there any way you can turn it sideways?
This is fun. Hey!
No, it's not. It's horse shit, but whatever. Yeah.
I know.
Yay, Geneva Internet.
No, I've been there myself when you're trying to get through on a panel and your shit's just all fucked up and it feels awful. Like you don't even know. It's like I pay all my bills, motherfucker. Why isn't this shit working? God damn it! Like, yeah, it's happened to me, and it happens to the best of us.
And awful.
We're keeping that one in. That was beautiful. Oh god damn. Yeah, Tony, you sound like when Neo's traveling through the Matrix, out of the Matrix for the first time, and then he wakes up inside the pod and pulls the tube out of his throat. You know that little interim audio? Yeah. All right.
So let's move on here. We'll tell some more of the story here. So anyway, he builds the bomb, he pulls the truck up, the fuse lights, everything's good to go. So his original plan was to detonate the bomb at 11 in the morning. He decided instead to go for 9 a.m. Curious thing, or not curious thing, fun fact, this happened on what they know as Patriots Day, which is April 19th. And there's been several instances of terrorist attacks on April 19th. So just keep that in your craw, folks. Like Boston bombing, this happened. There's a few coincidences that happened on April 19th. But anyway.
So what you're saying is on April 19th, maybe just like stay in and have a nice lunch.
Yeah, not a good day to.
Not a good. Yeah. Let's go out to the big thing that's happening today, where everyone's going to be. Oh, we got to go to the thing.
Yeah.
No, I don't think I'm going to do that anymore. No.
So anyway, let's see. Talks about Turner Diaries, blah blah blah. Let's see what we're in the like Wikipedia is so fucking stupid. They just throw random facts in the middle of a story. So he's bringing up Tom Burston, Thomas Jefferson, and Abraham Lincoln quotes. Like, what the fuck?
What's so funny is when you brought that up, the Turner Diaries, when I was a little boy, when they were talking about all this stuff in the news, I just hear a few little things, and there was an old neighbor man whose last name was Turner. And so it's like, then I hear the what? The Turner Diaries? So what about old Mr. Turner? What happened? Why is he in the news? And so I was like, so when you tell me this, I can't help, like, I just had all those.
This guy read like, old man Turner's book. Like,
yeah, that, like, all those memories are just like flooding back to me right now. Yeah. It's like, oh god. So yeah, this asshole had a way disproportionate impact on the world versus what he should have had. So.
Yes. Anyway, so McVeigh enters Oklahoma City at 8:50 in the morning on April 19th. Now, his two cohorts have both backed out at this point. One backed out quite a while ago, and the other one at the last moment was like, dude, no, like, we're not fucking doing this. He didn't think they would go through with it. McVeigh apparently threatened to kill him and all kinds of other shit, but went ahead with the plan anyway.
Yeah, he's the one that's still sitting in federal max, ain't he? Like, because the one that backed out earlier, he's the one that Michael Moore interviewed.
Yeah, he's serving like 2 dozen or 3 dozen life sentences with no parole. So.
Yep. Yeah, he was just in a firearms related court case not too long ago because he wanted his family to inherit his firearm collection so they could at least like sell it. But the state used the precedent of you cannot profit or any money off of your crimes during your prison sentence. Right. And so, like, it was kind of like you could see either way, but at the end of the day, it's like, fuck you just a little bit. You probably should have like mentioned something, like called the local sheriff or constable or something, that, hey, maybe put an extra set of eyes on that particular set of property.
Maybe.
Yeah. So
anyway, so he pulls up to the property, parks in front of the Murrah Federal Building. At that moment, he lit the 5-minute fuse. So 3 minutes later, he was still a block away. He lit the 2-minute fuse. So there he had multiple detonation points on this device. He parked the Ryder truck in the drop-off zone situated under the building's daycare center, unfortunately. Exited, locked the truck, and then ran or walked very quickly from there. At 9:02, the Ryder truck containing 4,800 pounds of ammonium nitrate fertilizer, nitromethane, and diesel fuel mixture detonated in front of the north side of the 9-story building. 168 people were killed and hundreds more injured. 1/3 of the building destroyed in the explosion, created a 30-foot, 8-foot deep crater in the middle of the street. The blast destroyed and damaged 324 buildings within a 4-block radius, shattering glass in 258 buildings. The broken glass alone accounted for 5% of the death toll and 69% of the injuries just from the shattered glass. The blast destroyed or burned 86 cars on the site. The destruction of the building left several hundred people homeless and shut down a number of offices in downtown Oklahoma City. The explosion was estimated to have caused $652 million worth of damage, and that's in the 90s, of course. Today, inflation.
I was about to say that was real money.
Yeah, that was back. Yeah, it was closer to real money. Still wasn't real money. So the effects of this were equivalent to 5,000 pounds of TNT. Could be felt and heard 55 miles away. That's insane. 55 miles away, people could feel a 3 point. It's 16 miles away. They recorded the blast measuring a 3.0 on the Richter magnitude scale for earthquakes. That's significant. That's 16 miles. That's a long distance for the ground to shake that heavily. This was a fucking real bomb. Jesus. And we're pausing.
Well, since sorry about that, my dog was flipping the fuck out. I accidentally left him in the bedroom. He was that night. But
No, all good, all good.
all right, I'm trying to reach you through Discord right
Left
now.
off
We'll see if we can
on,
connect. But
the
I'm trying to get you through
blast,
Discord.
Was felt 16 miles away.
Or send me a
Recorded
PM
the
and
blast
Twitch.
measuring a 3.0 on the Richter magnitude scale. So it felt like an earthquake of a 3.0, 16 miles away from the blast site.
Oh, dear holy God. Now I can, like, that had to feel just like, even from blocks away, like you said, just like biblical, like the atomic bomb just dropped. And I could believe with the amount of propellant and explosive that he had, that he could absolutely do that. Like, I'm going to just, again, this is a story from my youth. A friend of mine, youthful indiscretion, just wanted to make something really neat for 4th of July. So I told him later, I was like, that maybe don't do that again. But he took a big old metal pipe, filled it with just one, like half of one container of standard black powder, screwed it on either end, put a big old wick, big long wick, and he threw it out in the middle of a cornfield. So all this is half of a container of standard black powder. That was all it was. And I was standing like a quarter mile away when they lit it, and I felt the ground shaking underneath my feet, and it left a crater about shit like the size of a truck. And so the idea that if he had this much explosive, yeah, it was going to pulverize everything in a very large area to dust. And that's basically what happened at that building. So, like, I really kind of throw away a lot of the conspiracy theories, because it's like, no, that's probably enough to do what you saw there. And
It's a lot of boom.
If he was any better and had better engineering skills, it probably would have been a lot worse. Like, yeah. So it's God damn this man. That was, yeah, one of the worst single person attacks, I think, in American history. Like,
at this point, this was the largest, and may still be to this day, I believe, for a domestic terrorist attack. This is the largest. Anyway, immediately following this, so of course rescue workers are trying to find and save anybody they can. Meanwhile, McVeigh jumped into his getaway vehicle without license plates. It was a yellow 1977 Mercury Marquis, and started driving north on Interstate 35. He was pulled over for not having plates. And after the officer came up and asked, do you know what I pulled you over for? He went to go reach, and the officer saw like a bulge in his coat he saw a firearm. So the officer reached in, grabbed the firearm in his waist, and put a gun to McVeigh's head. This is according to the officer, the arresting officer. And McVeigh said, "Hey, just so you know, that's loaded." And the officer holding the gun to his head, so is mine. Very fucking cowboyish. Way to go, Oklahoma fucking state trooper. But anyway,
I was about to say I like that reply. Just so you know, it's loaded. Yeah, well, so's mine.
Yeah. So they arrest him, not knowing anything that he's involved in this bombing or anything, just for having the firearm, no plates and whatever. So FBI takes him a couple days and they run a search because I think it was the axle of the Ryder truck. They were able to get the VIN number off of that. And then they were able to trace it back to the rental company, and eventually were able to trace it back to McVeigh at this point, and then ran a search on him and found out he was actually about to be released from this jail.
Hey, don't do that.
Yeah. So they put a block on it, showed up, and when they asked him, they're like, "Hey, FBI, you know what we're here for?" He's like, "Yeah, probably about that Oklahoma City thing."
Yeah,
so
we got him. We got him. That's what the agent's like. Yep, this is the guy.
Yeah. So he wanted to get caught. He wanted to be a martyr for his cause. But the surprising moment when he got walked out of the courthouse on April 21st, 1995, they walk him out of the courthouse. There's camera crews, all kinds of stuff. Like, mind you, 19 children died in this incident. The nation was pissed. Everybody was pissed. They didn't give a shit about gun rights at this point. You killed 19 children and 150 plus other people. So when they start walking him out, what he thought would be this like chant of yes, yes, and he thought he was going to be, you know, the greatest pro wrestler fucking entrance ever, turned into people fucking screaming, "Baby killer, fuck you, you need to die." All kinds of all kinds of things that you probably would say to somebody that just killed, you know, a couple dozen, or, you know, over a dozen children in a federal building. So yeah, his warm welcome did not happen.
Didn't pan out.
No. Yeah.
Well, yeah. That's again, that has to be one of those interesting moments where if you've ever seen like the martial arts masters who think they're like, I have the death touch, the dim mock death touch masters, and then they go in and fight a real fighter, and then you see this beautiful moment where delusion crashes into reality. Like that was one of those moments for well, I don't know, he might have been so self-deluded that it would have been like, oh, these are just paid actors to try and break my spirit or something. Like, yeah, who knows what was kicking around in his gourd at the moment.
And welcome back, Tony. If you want to catch up to where I'm hitting the casualty section on the Wikipedia part, if you want to pick up kind of where we left off, we want to talk about some of that. But like, so this dude had these delusions. He really thought he was going to be the hero of the day, and he walks out of that courtroom, and everybody hates him. He never broke character. He never broke with his thoughts and beliefs of what he really thought he was trying to do. And I guess we can talk more about this after we talk about like some of the casualties and aftermath and then eventually what happens with him. But like, I'm curious to hear your thoughts later, both of you, of like, if this were to happen in today's climate, how different would things have been? Let that one just sit there. I planted the seed. Let it grow. Yeah, we'll go from there. Tony, are you able to pick up?
Get here quick before I get fucking booted again. Now on the front of the entire casualty and injury list, that's incredibly graphic, and there's multiple horror stories and rabbit holes we can go down on that alone. But the thing that pisses me off about it the most is just the sheer lack of foresight when it comes to the initial building process of this thing. They saved like 20 here and there, and had they actually made this building as resilient as it was supposed to be for a federal building, the casualties they kind of looked into a little bit. They determined that it would have been somewhere around, maybe a dozen or two, and nowhere near the fucking death toll that it would have been. Now, granted, people would have still gotten injured really, really badly, but the way that the explosions happened and the way that they cut corners in the budget when constructing this thing led to a lot more deaths than were completely necessary in a situation like this. And beside that, the complete lack of guards on duty, and there was about a 5-hour window, I believe I heard, that they didn't even have one armed guard on duty watching this place. And they had security cameras installed for roughly 10 years at this place. And they were unplugged most of the time, if ever plugged in, because that's
they were
about
terrible
$40 in the
angles.
monthly budget.
Yeah, and they were terrible angles. Like they didn't even capture the truck or the explosion with them. The ones that they did have plugged in.
Oh, and I get what you're saying, T. Like, yes, the security should have been better. It should have been built
this badly.
Yes, that should have been the case, but also, I mean, goddamn, nobody in that fucking Oklahoma federal building thought they were going to be on the front lines of some fucking whack job's fucking internal war in his mind. And so, yeah, like, I get it.
No,
they weren't doing
not the point, though. That has nothing to do with it. This is a federal building. You should be on guard. Like, why are we cutting corners for $40 a month by not having the cameras set up properly? Why are we leaving windows of time open for no good reason? To me, now this is me putting the fucking tinfoil hat on, because that alone tells me that there was purposely openings left for something like this to happen, because somebody wanted something to happen. That's where my mind goes with this, because it's just such a silly oversight to save basically nothing. Putting the cameras up, having a guard, would have not really cost them anything else in terms of budget.
Whenever it comes to a government fuck up, and it sounds like in your scenario here, that's kind of what it is. I usually chalk up incompetence more of a result than malice. That now, like, there's times where I think malice comes into play, but I don't think this was one. I think it was more of incompetence.
Yeah, again, like, I understand, yes, there should have been more guards on duty. There should have been greater reinforcements. But again, it's like, God damn, it's a federal building in the middle of Oklahoma. They're not expecting it to be used for anything other than office work. Shit. Like, they did, like, again, like, the fact that it wasn't bomb-proof isn't on them. It's on the asshole that bombed them a little bit, I'd
say. No, it's
well,
not.
How dare you, Phil?
It's not that it wasn't bomb-proof. It's that they cut standard building procedures just to save a few bucks. I understand this happens all the time, but this is a federal building. This is a giant 9-story building with a fucking daycare center in it. Why are we cutting corners? And why are we leaving windows of time open? Now, I'm not just saying, oh, yeah, this was an inside job, clearly because of that alone.
Just asking questions.
I'm not saying it just because of that. Because if you look at this thing as a whole, and one guy went down for this, even though we had multiple.
2 guys went down. One guy got,
one guy went down for the count. One guy is going to die in prison. When we can basically confirm now with documents released years and years later that this did take multiple people. We know it. We know it wasn't just Timothy McVeigh. We know this now. But they basically took one guy and said, yep, this is good enough for us because we fucked up 2 things previously to this so badly that we're so fucking scared to even bother doing our job at this point. We're just going to be happy that we got this one guy. And yep, that's a job well done. Is it just a sheer lack of confidence in themselves to actually do an investigation because they're so scared that they're going to start a fucking war with the neo-Nazis? Go ahead and drink. Or is there somebody within the ranks that's kind of directing this thing. Now, personally, I think that this is just me. This is just a allegation from me. I think if you look at this thing as a whole, you've got Timothy McVeigh as a patsy. He is an obvious patsy. This guy didn't work alone. He had help. He had cohorts. But he had the chance to get out and escape. Now, you're saying he wanted to be a martyr, and I believe a part of him did want to be a martyr. But I think he was set up so fucking well by these other groups that put him in this position because they didn't want to be the ones on the Waco front line or the Ruby Ridge front line. They just wanted one guy to take the fall. They wanted this big, bad, nasty event to happen, but they wanted one guy to take the fall, and that's exactly what happened. And I think it took a few people working from the inside to make that happen.
You know, that is something that's certainly possible. Now, again, it's one of those Tony's going on the he's going off the principle I was saying earlier, no proof, but do you really need a weather vane to know which way the wind is blowing? It's one of those again, I could see some government agents trying to play a little CYA, especially for the incidences you had talked about earlier. It's like, okay, we need to bring this motherfucker down, and yeah, man, we can't let the fact that we cut a few corners in the building of this particular building be known. But again, this motherfucker need to go down. So, you know, I don't know, like, I don't know if I'd go Patsy Fall Guy exactly.
They got the right guy. Don't get me wrong.
Brother
they got the right
prison,
guy.
The other brother, I don't know how the other brother avoided prison. Oh, all right. So Tony posits the more people theory. Interesting. So, folks, let us know in the comments what you think about that.
Absolutely.
Who do you think were the other unnamed conspirators? Ooh,
so,
this one's juicy.
So we know Timothy McVeigh being the big name in this. Terry Nichols being a conspirator in it. I believe he was convicted of 161 counts of first-degree murder. Is that correct? Holy shit! Anyway, he's not getting out.
He'll die in prison.
And then
a couple of times.
The other ones were Michael Fortier and his wife Lori. Michael did 12 years in prison. Had to pay a $75,000 fine, but agreed to testify against the others and is now in witness protection. I believe he was released from prison in 2006.
Who's that?
That's Michael Fortier.
Okay. I guess I've been cutting in and out. And I apologize for that, but have you brought up Roger Moore involved in all this yet?
No, I have not.
What?
Okay. No, not the actor, not James.
Okay. I was like, what?
No, I'm not going that far down the fucking
I was raised on James Bond, Roger Moore movies, motherfucker. Like, wait, what? Whoa. Okay.
If you, I'll try to use what little internet I have to pull up these different
some more.
Timothy McVeigh and Roger Moore connections. But Roger Moore was another one of his friends and acquaintances who actually had some expertise in building explosive devices. Now, Timothy McVeigh went and stayed with him for about a 10-day period, I believe it was. And while he was there, supposedly he figured out the different combinations and locking mechanisms to come back at a later date and steal explosive materials and devices and guns and ammunition, etc. And then Roger Moore would basically tell anybody who would listen, that Timothy McVeigh came and raided all my ammunitions and all my stuff. Oh, did I tell you? Did you hear? Have you heard about this? Have you seen this? Basically just planting the seeds that, Timothy McVeigh did this. Yet, there were handwritten letters from Roger Moore using a surname of like Bob or something, basically going along the lines of, yep, we need a big event. We need something bad to happen. This has got to be what it has to be. And you got to do this and this and this. Burn this letter after you read it. And they got a hold of that. They got a hold of one of these letters. He didn't fucking burn it. And essentially, he admitted that it was him using a surname, but he was saying, "Well, I was just going along with it because I was afraid for my life, and I was hoping to get him arrested, and I was going to have the FBI come and arrest him when he came back to the farm. But golly, I couldn't get to a phone in time." This guy was an absolute 110% accomplice, but as far as I know, didn't serve any fucking time for it, and they didn't even bother investigating him, which is another reason I'm positive that he maybe at least had friends working this case, or there were people on this case that just didn't bother turning over a few stones for whatever reason.
Yeah. Along with that, like, so the conspiracy theories you can talk about, like, could the bomb have actually like blown up the building like that, in the way that it did? But there's all kinds of this story, like the details of it. Like, we can't get into all the details of Oklahoma City bombing tonight, but the details of it, the digger you deep, there's just so many inconsistencies that you're just like, wait, I thought you said that happened. Then how could that happen? Like, so, like one of them was, so there's conflicting reports of, did Bill Clinton in the White House know of a potential bombing? Okay, there's conflicting reports on that. Whatever. Okay, so that's your number one conspiracy. Like, how high does this go? But then there's other smaller ones. Like, not only like, I don't think it would have went that high, and if it did, nobody was listening because the White House doesn't listen anyway. But like, how high did people know that this could have been a possibility? There's several reports that this had been like, hey, this attack's being planned at this location on this day, and very little was done to prevent or investigate. Then there was also other things about like bombs afterwards inside the building. There was claims of charges. Allegedly, there was claims. I said claims. There's claims of charges.
Let me just throw an extra one in there.
Planted inside the buildings prior to the explosions. There was all kinds of things saying McVeigh was a scapegoat or he was a patsy, like Tony had said. A lot of people still think this was not necessarily neo-Nazi, but maybe injuring. But maybe this had to do with the Bin Laden terrorist attacks back in the early 90s. You know, he went after the World Trade Center. This wasn't far apart from that. There's a lot, but there are inconsistencies in the investigation story, and just in general, like, there's a lot of things they did not look into. They took a lot of things at face value in this investigation and said, Timothy McVeigh fucking did it. He's all in on admitting it, and he wants to be put to death. He wanted to die. Like, he wanted death by cop, and he got it. Like, ultimately, they put him to death. What was it, in 2001? They ultimately got what they wanted. They put somebody to death for everything here. This also led to some interesting questions in recent history, with Merrick Garland being questioned by the Senate of, are you against the death penalty now, even though you were the one that presided over the case of Timothy McVeigh, and you were for the death penalty at the time, but now you're not. Like,
what? What? Merrick Garland was the guy that presided over Timothy McVeigh's case. Get the fuck out of here.
Yep. Small fucking world, isn't it?
I was just about to say, it is a small legal world. Holy shit. Like, wow.
One thing I wanted to,
like, I'm having my Marv moment right now, and just like that, a whopper of a puzzle piece fell in my lap, but I'm too stupid to put it all together yet.
One of the things I wanted to point out about this, when Timothy McVeigh was arrested, he was armed. I'm sure you guys covered this while I was in and out, but he was armed, but he gave himself up with absolutely no hesitation. Right? That's
didn't
what
fight.
he did, because, like you said, he wanted to go down for this. He wanted the credit for this. But keep this in mind. He cased this place. He had like 3 different targets in mind.
Yep.
And he picked this place, right? He knew the ins and out of this building. He knew where he parked the van. in accordance with like the daycare center. He wanted the biggest impact possible. He blew up a building with a van parked directly under the daycare center of the building and killed children on purpose. Yet when he was arrested and armed by the cops, he didn't even positively think about fighting back, resisting arrest, or shooting the cop, because he absolutely could have. And for a guy who distrusts the government as much as this guy, he didn't even think about hurting this cop that arrested him. So not only is this guy a worthless patsy and was manipulated into doing this, in my opinion, he's a complete and utter fucking coward.
Well,
Yeah.
you're at least half right. Yeah. So,
Yeah. You can't debate the one half. The other half you can try to debate. So you're more than likely more than half right.
yeah. But yeah, so it's kind of funny. He seemed all eager to give his life until it came down to nut cutting time, and then let's get a couple blocks away and then get my getaway car. So
Brought up the getaway car was a fucking joke because he didn't even use like an actual fake name to register this thing. The entire setup of the getaway this all night, whether or not he wanted to get caught, and I'm positive he at least wanted credit for this, if nothing else. To die a martyr, maybe that is debatable, depending on what mind frame he was in at the time. But if you wanted to make this kind of an impact, and he did, for better or worse, you would think that there would have been some end game other than him getting caught and just dying for it. If he was being led by another group altogether, you can go either way with that. Either, yep, he gets caught, he takes a fall for it, we had our big event, or they just didn't do a very good job of protecting him for whatever reason. So you can go a few different ways for this, but I absolutely don't think that he was the mastermind behind this. I think he was definitely being pushed in multiple different directions for the cause of some other people. I think he was being influenced by a lot of other groups in this case. So no, McVeigh was not a mastermind. He wasn't a genius. He wasn't an idiot, but he was a coward and a piece of shit.
Yeah, no, we referenced the vehicle a little bit earlier. Tony's right. Like, he purposely did not put tags on the vehicle. It was a 1977 Mercury Marquis, if I remember correctly. It was an old yellow piece of shit fucking vehicle. And then you got
left a note on it.
Yeah. You left a note saying, "Please don't tow me. It needs a battery and a cable. I'll be back in a couple days," or whatever.
Nope.
Yeah. Nope. He had I don't know, as far as his history, anything we might have missed. The only thing else I see is PTSD from being in the war and seeing kids going through issues, and his own childhood being bullied. I don't know. I don't know how much you want to put stock into that. I think anybody can claim any amount of bullying, depending on how traumatized you think you are by it. But
you see this right here?
Yeah, I don't think it's PTSD.
Yeah. Yeah. That's my tiny violin playing for all of Timothy McVeigh's sad stories. Yeah, I couldn't care less. So folks, this was a truly tragic event that didn't have to happen. Now, again, when we're saying how much did people know, that's what makes lone wolf events so shocking, is because there's no way to perceive it coming. And so, but now, to me, I see it as kind of a lone wolf event, but I will even concede, Tony, you've got me in a very interesting conundrum where I am saying he is both a low IQ self-aggrandizer without much brain power and the criminal mastermind. So, folks, let me know what you think in the comments about all of this. Let us know what you think in the comments about what way, what direction. What do you think about the events that happened on that fateful day and the man that perpetrated it? We want to know which way do you fall down, because just like with any major event in our history, whether you're talking about 9/11, JFK, what have you, where the mind cannot comprehend the outcome, it will invent a conspiracy theory. It's one of the strangest mechanisms of the human mind that you can count on every time to show up. So this is one that I want to know all of you what you think of it. But gentlemen, I'm curious, what's any of your final thoughts on this?
I kind of want to know, like, if this were to have, like, the question I posed earlier, you move the timeline on this with the rhetoric we have today, how do you think this would have played out?
Today, had this gone the way it basically played out, I don't see the same response, because since this has happened, we've had so many different national emergencies. We've had specifically 9/11 and the response to that. I don't want to say we've gotten better at it. I don't want to say we've gotten worse at it. I think it's just it's a different landscape altogether. Obviously, the times change, but I think the response to this would have been much, much different. I think the investigation would have been much more thorough within moments, hours, days, weeks of the event actually happening. I think, I don't think they would have drug their feet, because let's face it, the investigation, this was very lackluster. Again, for better or worse, for whatever reason, wink, wink, maybe. I just don't see anybody being able to do that and make this thing go for as long as it did without somebody going down for it pretty quickly. I will just leave you with this. If you want to go down the rabbit hole further with the whole John Doe number 2, one of the most well-known John number 2 sightings, which was highlighted during the trial of Terry Nichols.
Oh, we're on
the clerk who
suspense.
saw him explode. And McVeigh didn't smoke. But Warner says the cigarettes mentioned in the reports were the same kind that this man named Paraga smoked. And this guy was a pretty nasty bastard. His name was, let me see here quickly, Juan Carlos Paraga. Now, he's if you want to throw darts at the conspiracy billboard, sounds like the most likely candidate to be this John Doe number 2. There were 2 sketches, I believe, of John Doe number 2, and the first one was so far off base that it wasn't even funny. But then, for some reason, another rendering of the man was spot on with a lot of the supposed suspects. So there's a lot of open ends in this, and I think that just goes back to, if something like this happened now, when we see national tragedies happen in this day and age, like, we're on top of the son of a bitch before the day's over. Like, the suspects typically get cornered anymore. If somebody tries to play warrior amongst civilians and go shoot something up, we're on top of that person. We're not starting wars with fucking cults or little compost huts out here in the middle of nowhere. We find the individuals responsible and we're on top of it. It's a different day and age, and there's cameras everywhere. And that's the big difference now. You can't get away with anything now.
And Tony raises an excellent point of how different the response would be in our post 9/11 world. It would and so that is what would really change everything. There would be a task force that would befall Oklahoma City within hours that's combing over everything. And also, the other thing that would change it, these things.
Yep.
These things. They would have just gone with every cell phone ping of anybody that had been within a 6-block area that entire day. And they would have figured out who was what and who did everybody talk to that day. There would be a 9/11 style commission. It would be, there would be some thorough combing, and it would have, like Tony said, it would not have been, there wouldn't have been corners cut not only in the building, but also the investigation. So that would be one of the biggest differences. Also, legally, you could expect there would be some sort of lockdown of something. I mean, I don't know what, like now the fertilizer thing, like I think that would probably just ban some certain chemical fertilizers in this country rather than it being highly regimented as to how you get it. So yeah, that would that would have been one of those things that would have definitely changed in my life if it had happened now versus then. So God, yeah, you raise a great question as to what would how would that be different? Like when you try and play these alternative histories, you're always going to have a little bit of fuzziness, and you're always going to figure you're about 60% right because there's really no way to falsify it. But as we know, history is kind of a weird engine. So I'm going to go ahead and say I agree with Tony in part, but I do think legally speaking, there would be some aspect of daily life that would be cracked down on significantly to show everybody that we're doing something.
I would probably take it, and no, I appreciate both those perspectives. I would probably take it and trying to look at this through today's lens, and the rhetoric we have today, the complete utter lack of civil dialogue and the hatred that seems to be just perpetuated every single day on whether it be media broadcasts or whatever. But when I try to like slide this timeline into today, I fear we're not at the Oklahoma City level of it. I think we're closer to the Ruby Ridge level of this whole timeline. Drink, by the way. I think we're at the beginning of what could go really wrong. And here's a couple thoughts. We know what happens when the right goes too far. When the far right pushes and goes crazy, you end up with forms of fascism and some crazy, ridiculous, fucking racist, weird shit. That can happen. We've fought it, we've squashed it, and it's never come back. Now, today, like everybody's like, we don't know how far the left can go. I'm like, yeah, you do. Look at Mao. You look at a lot of
just about to bring them up.
I'm like, and so like we have historical examples of political rhetoric going too far in the extremes, and then I take these incidents.
Oh, look at North Korea right now.
Yeah, but you take these incidents and you move them into 2020 to 2030 timeline. I am scared to fucking death that something similar will happen. You look at Joe Biden's appointees. You look at the political rhetoric. You look at the lack of investigative journalist integrity in anything today. This is like
a lack of empathy to anybody who disagrees with you.
That's huge.
If you've watched all three of these videos, or even just this one, if you just watched this one, go back, watch the first two. This was a good timeline to see how fucking quick things can escalate from, hey, yeah, just minding my own business, to Oklahoma City bombing, fucking crazy loser, fucking blowing shit up. And he felt justified by it. Like it went from Randy Weaver, who was probably, in all likeliness, just a normal fucking dude minding his own business. He had some friends that had some fucking weird fucking thoughts and some bad ideas, but he never did anything. He never really did a whole lot to, break the law other than being fucking entrapped by the FBI and sign off a shotgun. Otherwise, the dude was just living in
another guy set up to be a patsy.
Yeah. And that one got exposed. And then you have the incident with Koresh. Now, Koresh was a little stranger, a little weirder, still a fucked up situation. A little. Still a really fucked up situation, though, that should not have gone down the way it did. And you saw an over excessive force from the U.S. government post Ruby Ridge drink. And then you have this guy. This is the ultimate result. When you have these terrible fucking when you go after ideologies or even people that just want to be left alone, or you're like, when you are so upset because somebody doesn't believe what you want them to believe and you want them to just follow the indoctrination of the government and they want to be left alone, this potentially is what happens. And then you place that into the setting of today in the post 2020 election era. Holy fucking shit. I am scared to death that we're going to have a modern day Randy Weaver that's going to incite more. And then you'll eventually make it to a Timothy McVeigh, and people will actually look at him as a martyr. The way people see things today. So my caution to you as the audience, make sure you're grounded in your thought processes. Like, don't just watch the news. Don't just watch Blaze TV. Don't just watch YouTube. Jesus Christ. Watch the Dog and Chicken Show. We'll keep you on a level head. We'll make sure, like, hey, like, yep, that's fucked up what happened. That's fucked up what happened to Randy Weaver. I get it. His friends kind of sucked, and there's some bad apples in there. But the dude got fucked over. Koresh? Yeah. The dude probably should have like surrendered and come out and thought of the children a little bit first. And yeah, sometimes religion goes a little too far, but still the U.S. government kind of fucked that whole thing up. Yeah, I get it.
Now
It's not time to pull up arms. And then you have the Oklahoma City bomb and you're like, dude, no, wrong reaction. What are you doing? We want to stop you from getting to that point.
Now, guys, to make this topical and to bring this all back around into one circle, and for a lot of folks so you can understand why this series was made and why Chicken's got these concerns. This is something I want you to keep in mind. Chicken, you're talking about how Randy Weaver, and like even I said, that was patient zero for so much of what changed in American life, and it truly transformed the right. And you're talking about what happens when the left when this starts to happen to the left and you're wondering, are things going to accelerate? I have two words that carry a lot of weight, and I want you to think about it. And I want a lot of folks to juxtaposition it in their mind to the story of Randy Weaver that Chicken was just saying. George Floyd.
Yep.
Do you feel it? Do you feel it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, folks. Well, like, we are on the precipice of a new age where I don't know what American life is going to look like in 20 years, but I hope we can all come together and learn to love one another. We will see how that happens. And in all of those happenings and all of those events, you will come here and we will learn them together. We will discover them together. We will explore them together here on the Dog and Chicken Show, folks. Chicken, Tony, on this particular topic, is there anything else you'd like to say?
Tony, what are your final thoughts on all this?
I do have one quick little wrap up on Timothy McVeigh. I don't know if you guys touched on this while I was in and out, but his last meal, do you know what it was?
Cheeseburger from McDonald's.
No.
40,000 volts.
Well,
or no, he was lethal injection. So
yeah, he's lethal injection. So it was
lethal,
like, it was a whole bunch of formaldehyde. Yeah.
No, his last meal, 2 pints of mint chocolate chip ice cream.
Mint chocolate chip? You're going to waste your last meal on a shitty fucking ice cream? Fuck that, dude.
Yep.
Jesus.
Well, he's a shitty fucking person, so what do you expect? His last words, I can't verify if this is 100% accurate, but his last words include a quote from the 1875 poem Invictus by William Ernest Henley. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Now, yeah, that's purely speculation.
He was the master of his fate, that's for sure.
Well, he was one of them.
Not after the cuffs were slapped on him.
Oh no, that's what he wanted. He wanted to die. So.
Well, I do have one more question for you guys concerning this, if you don't mind me asking. It's a simple question. Mary fuck kill. Randy Weaver, David Koresh, Timothy McVeigh. Go.
Marry one, fuck one, kill one.
Yeah.
Well, whether we like it or not, we're going to be persuaded into marrying David Koresh. Like, so we're apparently marrying whether we like it or not.
No,
We're
no.
Chicken,
no.
you say no now. Let that motherfucker talk to you for 10 minutes.
No, I'm gonna fuck Koresh. I'm gonna marry Weaver because he got a $3 million settlement from the government.
Oh,
This motherfucker's spitting.
He's wanting that white picket fence.
Yep. Chicken's 100% on. 100%. Fuck Koresh, marry Randy Weaver. Because let's face it, Randy Weaver got fucked over with his first wife.
And he's a sweet guy, it seems.
Probably looking to rebound.
And pause for edit.
And obviously kill Timothy.
No, we're probably just gonna leave that one in there too.
I don't think
some of these like little cringe parts are fucking fun. That's the best part.
Oh God, this is awful.
Exactly.
So Chicken, anything else you'd like to say to the folk?
No, Phil.
Well, folks,
do it.
As I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this coverage and this recap of this event that was the Oklahoma City bombing and all of the surrounding events. We want to know what you think about this. We want to know what your thoughts are. We want to know, give us your thoughts in the comments. Like, share, subscribe right here. Big Buckin' Empire YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. You can find me, the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E. at K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch, where you can see all the K.O.E content of the prince and potentate of the political parlance of the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, and the reigning, a defending Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion. You can find me, Tony and Chicken, definitely over there at Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. But folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Raise a glass to yourselves, and I hope to find every last one of you back here at the Dog and Chicken Show. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. God bless every last one of you. I hope you all make it out safe. Tony, Chicken, take it away.
Cheers, folks. And Tony is a little still right now.
Yes.
He's got a long cheers. This is a dramatic cheers, is what we have going on right now.
Yeah. Hey!
There he is.
That's what we're getting, folks. So thank you, folks. Thank you. God bless every last one of you.
As always, folks, check us out Thursday. We will be live the following week. This, of course, was pre-recorded. Sorry we didn't get to your comments. Make sure you send us emails. Drop shit in the comments. Share the video. All that good stuff. You know what to do, folks. Check us out on TikTok, on YouTube, on Facebook, all the places. Phil already went through all that shit. Let's round out the night. As always, appreciate you, folks. We love you. Good night. Take care of each other. And don't get crazy on us. Appreciate you. Love you. Bye. We're going to see if it just smooths itself out.
Back, tell you what I'll do. If I ever get back, I promise to refabricate you. Raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised.
Yes, it did.
And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow.
It's hard to survive. Yes. And folks, thank you for joining us. And yes, this was a pre-record. This is basically me giving the deep dive omnibus into all three events. They were covered over at the Dog and Chicken Show, which you should definitely head on over to on YouTube. They definitely need the help. YouTube's cracking down and pulling down their videos again, and so they definitely need your help. Dog and Chicken Show, Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube. That's where you find them, right here, just like it's doing in the down here space. Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube and Facebook. Definitely give them a follow. That was where this material for this deep dive omnibus that I wanted to give to all of you tonight. This has been one that I've been teasing for a little while, and I finally brought it here because these were events that happened within my lifetime, but I was a little too young to remember them. And this is a timeless. These are moments that are crystallized in time now. It's like the assassination of JFK, if you will. These are events that will be studied and will be remembered, and they're events that are actually the pivot of some people's lives, and the ones that they remember. There was their lives before, and there was their lives after. And so I wanted to bring all of these to you, the Twitch audience, and also the YouTube audience here at KOE Nation. And also to remind you, once you're done liking, sharing, and subscribing right here at KOE Nation on YouTube and Twitch, head on over to Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube and Facebook, and also Big Buckin' Entertainment right here on Twitch. Then go over to Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube and Spotify. Be sure to like, share, subscribe, folks. KOE Nation here on YouTube and Twitch, folks. As I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you all for joining us for this very special deep dive omnibus. I am your King of Extreme, Phil KOE, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. Oh, Lord Almighty, the Lord of the Scottish Highlands, the prince and potentate of the political parlance. One damn handsome man, if I do say so myself. Folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Raise a glass of whatever it is you have to yourselves. God bless every last one of you. I hope to find every last one of you back here at the KOE Nation. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. Thank you, folks. God bless.